Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself
moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
3 teams have already qualified for the ESL Pro League. 1 more looks to join them as we head to our penultimate day in the Pro League Season 22 qualifiers. South America heads to its penultimate day as well. Welcome to the B Stream, the final day of B Stream here in Pro League. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual as we look set for our final 2 matches on this particular channel of action. How you doing, man?
Yeah, well, even though everyone's eyes, and especially mine, might be on Legacy and Imperial, I think you've got to keep an eye on the overall top 6, because we know that there can be some surprises. We know that on-the-day performance is going to be very adequate to try to push those heavy dogs down. So you need to look at your outsider chances to see, is there a chance? Is there belief?
Well, between Legacy, Imperial, 9Z2 Game Sharks and Red Canids, there are only so many squads that will be involved in our proceedings that have a chance to make it in. You are looking at those 2 heavy favourites, of course, from that upper bracket. But here on the B Stream, we're focusing on our lower bracket games. You see the schedule, we've got Sharks versus Red Canids to kick things off in today's proceedings. And later on, we're taking a look at the lowest semi-final with the winner of this game. We'll take on the winner of 9Z versus 2 Game.
And knowing that we've got a lower matchup to start, you just can't afford to have a slow start to the day, can you? You can't afford to have an off map, an off performance, because even if one of your map picks goes awry, that could just be the disaster. That could just be the recipe for you getting 0-2'd and getting eliminated very early on without even having an opportunity to go on a little bit of a lower bracket run.
Well, at the very least, these squads have been able to supersede in the early eliminations in the last place positions of Stage 2 or to lose out themselves. So let's focus on this Sharks and Red Canids matchup. Like Matt Veto's already on screen. Talk me through it.
Yeah, well, Dust 2 and, well, Dust 2 gets banned perma from both of these squads, so not being floated in by any stretch. In terms of the picks, we get a lot of Train and Nuke picks from Sharks in recent history, and a lot of Mirage and Nuke for the opposition. So the idea that we've got into Train as a decider, I think if you are Sharks, you're really happy about that one. You've played a lot of Train in the comp already. I mean, you think about the 13-4 they had against Keydstars, the 13-4 versus 2 game, whereas I look at the Train results for Red Canids, yeah, they had the 1 result against Odic, but they're just not playing that map as frequently, at least in the recent history. So I think Sharks will be very happy about this veto process.
Well, certainly in terms of the grander scale of each other's map pools, that's something to consider. But I'm also taking a look at how the head-to-heads look between these 2 sides, because Sharks and Red Canids, they have done battle a few times before. About a week ago, a best-of-3 that went the way of Red Canids, but about a month ago, a best-of-5 on LAN going the way of Sharks, a 3-0 as well for that Sharks side. So gets a little bit of revenge when it comes to the Pro League, going in both directions, you could say.
I mean, how often do we see, what, 4 best-of-3s, a single best-of-5 in head-to-head history happen within only a handful of months? Normally, that sort of amount of series, that takes 6 months, 12 months, sometimes even longer than a year. These guys are participating each other very frequently. So the idea that you got yourself in a really important closed qualifier, a lower bracket matchup, I'm expecting this to be a really competitive game. I'm expecting both teams to go down to the wire across all 3 maps in the series.
I'm certainly expecting in a similar case, but who do we favour coming into this match? Like, I guess one of the things that might make a difference is recency bias and recent runs of form. I know that there's no major match win streaks for these two squads having been in the lower bracket, but how do we feel about their tournament runs so far? Who do you think is coming in as the stronger team?
Well, if we're looking at Legacy and Imperial being the top favorites, then we have to look at who did better against the two. Red Canids at least took a map off of Imperial. Yeah, they got slammed in the decider on Nuke, but against the Shark side, when they took on Legacy yesterday, it was a very competitive Inferno that went all the way down to 24 to 28, but they couldn't win a single map in the series. So if we're using the chain logic of what they've been able to do against the top teams in the comp, then I would give it towards Red Canids in the recent history.
Well, that's certainly one angle looking at it. Let me present you with an alternative sort of positioning, because Sharks, of course, beat 2Game in 2-0 fashion, didn't lose a map out there, versus Red Canids, who did lose a map to Odic during their lower bracket round 1 game. So they've been pushed, and as well, I will say as well, single-digit scorelines when Odic took their Anubis out on that particular occasion, as well as the overtime in that third and final map. So not like Red Canids are coming into this one completely infallible.
No, and I think that's going to happen in a lot of lower bracket games. When you've got these domestic matchups, there's not going to be a lot in the series. They are going to get tested right down to competitive scorelines. For the Red Canids, though, they have got themselves a bit of a tasty run of form. I mean, they've won 11 out of their past 15 best-of-3s on HLTV. They've only lost to squads like Odic, the Saliva, 9Z, and then Imperial most recently. I would like to take a moment to discuss that Cowers and Ponta still haven't been a part of this organization for very long. They've been here for, what, just over 40 days? That's not a huge amount of time to embed 2 new riflers in the team to get them familiar with the system of drops calling, with Cold Zero on the big green. So for Red Canids, this might be the one tournament, I know that they've had some qualifications recently, but the one tournament for them to really have a good run and show that bringing in Cowers and bringing in Ponta was for the right move, right decision.
Yeah, obviously they're still kind of reeling from those particular new changes. They have had those changes much sooner than Angelo coming on the part of the Sharks side, and it's a case of 1 change versus the 2 that they made over on the Red Canids side. It's one of those things where you are looking at the way things worked out in the last season, and very clearly Red Canids want to do better than what they did before. They've made these changes during the player break to try and attack into this Pro League qualifier and get a decent run in, if nothing else than just to say we got a decent run in the Pro League qualifier. So it's a very tough matchup for them to be taking on here, given the fact that obviously we've gone back and forth through them. I will say that obviously the new lineup is taking on the Sharks side in both of those previous best-of-3s. Oh, sorry, that previous best-of-3 and that best-of-5, I should be more specific. And it has gone back and forth, so it shows again that this probably is going to be a closer affair.
And you have to look at the matchup here in the lower semis and say, right, whoever wins this one needs to try and get a convincing series to give yourself a chance against 9Z. I won't expect 2 games to come out on top in that series. I think with what 9Z have looked like in the last couple of months, with how they're performing in the tournament so far, with what they showed against Imperial, you're probably expecting whoever wins this game to face off against them. So for that reason, it's going to be a tough day. You're going to have to play a lot of officials. So you got to come and really try and put your foot down. Now, in terms of winning your map picks, we have had Red Canids win 3 from 3 in map picks. They won it against Flamingo, against Imperial, and against Odic so far in the comp. Whereas for Sharks, they won their map pick quite easily on Train against Keydstars and Train against 2Game. But their map pick against Legacy, which was Anubis, really awkward. They went down 2 to 10 in the first half, got into the second half, didn't really give themselves much of a fighting chance. It was only the opposition map pick that was more competitive in that series.
Yeah, that was the 28-24 overtime you were mentioning earlier, where Legacy were dragged a little bit further than they would have liked it to be. I took a look at how that Anubis went down. I honestly thought it was going to be a simple 2-0 for Legacy off the basis of that. So there might be some little resurgences to have happen when it comes to opposing half territory, but you do want to see if we can get some better showings on those map picks. I'm kind of hoping that the Veto and the way it works out here is something a bit more solid for these two sides.
Well, you'd certainly assume so. I mean, I look at the Red Canids, you've got some experienced players here. I mean, Drop, even though he's only 21 years old and he's sort of new to calling at this level, he's still played in quite a few seasons of ESL Pro League with Furia. He played in 15, 16, and 17 with that organization, and then 18 and 20 with MIBR. So for a fairly young rookie to already have 5 seasons of Pro League under your belt where you're playing at the Tier 1 atmosphere, you're playing against those Tier 1 caliber squads, it'd be great to see if he can try and lead this team into a lower bracket run where they can start threatening the overall grand prize, start threatening the top dogs of your Legacy and your Imperials.
We really call someone a rookie with that many Pro League appearances. It kind of feels a little bit wrong to have to say that. So, I mean, look, we can have that conversation all day, but I've wanted to move the conversation a bit further forward in other aspects. Let's focus in a little bit more on our first map of Mirage, and you can understand why Red Cannon's picked into this 16 times played in the last 3 months, Dwight.
Yeah, now it's been picked 9 times, so we're getting quite a few officials where it's either an opposition map pick or even a third map decider. 11 wins, 5 losses for them in the last 3 months. You have a look at Drop, the in-game leader, highest rated player on Mirage for the team. That's something that you don't see very frequently. Normally it's your con player, your window player, your star players that are putting up the performances, but maybe keep an eye out for Drop and what he's going to be able to do.
Oh, the IGL may well lead by example. Let's give an example how we think the series is going to go down. The way Pistols are going live. So your predictions, are you going Sharks or are you going Canids?
I am going to go 2-1 Red Canids, I think, in this lower bracket game.
I'm going to back the Sharks a little bit more. They have looked impressive at times. Both sides want redemption for their losses to the top 2 teams in the bracket. They've got to go for each other first and foremost. Pistols are in with the Sharks on the CT side. Star, Red Cannons have 2 players to try and deal with here on the B attack. Koala is going to try and hold off for as best he can, but Cowes is going to draw out first blood against the man. RDN is in the back lines. He's waiting for players to make their moves. Good shot onto Venom Zera. Needs a little bit more out of this one, though. Angelo comes up with a little bit extra support into the back lines back at Market. Still got CT surrounded, but RDN continues to fight. Perfect headshots taken as Cold is given a cold shoulder. Down to a 4 versus 2, making it 3 with Drop getting 1 on Gaffollow. The time to work with Red Cannons can take a little bit extra moments to try and pick up these fights as appropriate, get them confidently in, which Ponta does. Onto RDN, 2v2 now. Drop working around the edges of the bomb site. Can't lock in that casualty at the bins. Ponta can, though. Look for his second man, not quite there. Angelo out of ammo, trying to go to a second pistol. He's thrown it away for nothing. And that gives Drop the freest kill of the round and the pistol round for Red Cannons.
Well, you feel for RDN. Not only is he stalling for a lot of time, but he's doing excellent work in terms of impact. He's getting some real crispy kills. Angelo on the flank that's coming in from Market is establishing that crossfire on the swing out towards bench. That looks to be a done deal. You're looking at that round saying, okay, Red Canids, they might be able to get 1 more kill here, but they're certainly not getting a bomb plant, let alone a round victory. What a recovery that is from the T's.
Yeah, huge start for Red Cannons when you honestly thought that Sharks' accuracy was going to be good enough.
And for Sharks, Jay, they're one of the best teams in the comp for pistol wins. They have currently won 10 wins, 10 pistol wins, and just 2 losses going into this series. So the idea that you had, what, a 4 versus 2 right there? You expect that to just be over, and they expect that win rate to continue.
You can knock a 3 into that loss column now. Red Cannons putting them down as quickly as is possible, and now focus upon dealing with the eco basis. No major force buys in from the Sharks side for Red Cannons. Perfect opportunity to really get going, really get started on your own map pick to build the basis of a strong opening map in the series. Gamble stack is in towards the A bomb site though, so these USPs don't quite find the angles they're looking for. Can't converge on any of the rifles. Flashbang does keep him blinded for a second. Tower checks that ninja spot though. And all's well that ends well with all pistols getting overwhelmed.
Even the Sharks organization, they're not playing a huge amount of Mirage in recent history, and it's only the 3rd time and now going to be the 4th time that Angelo has come in from the team to play a Mirage. But it's 5 wins and 2 losses for them, and a little bit of a winning streak as of late. The last one being that 13-6 that they had against Keydstars to basically debut in the tournament. So you've got a winning streak of 3 from Red Canids and then 3 from Sharks. So one of those streaks of Mirage is going to get ended today.
Unfortunately, it's not the biggest of streaks, but You are right to look at that a little bit of success, and that success coming into the Pro League qualifier. 2 of those maps from Red Canids played during this competition against Imperial and Flamengo. Keyed Stars fell towards Sharks earlier on during stage 1 of the competition.
What's quite surprising, thinking about the Mirage officials that you mentioned against Flamingo and Imperial, really big one-sided first half leads for Red Canids, but yet both of those games were quite competitive. So the one against Imperial, that was a 9-3 T side in the first half. Against Flamingo, it was a 10-2 CT side. And yet somehow against Imperial, it went 13-10, and then Flamingo went into overtime to 22-20. So maybe that's something to at least consider when Red Canids get up to maybe a big lead, or maybe when they're in touching distance of closing out, to just see how quickly they are going to close out the official.
Well, it's early doors to call a winner. The rifles come in from the Sharks. They can try and answer back to Red Canids on the start. Khalil's on 4, Mac 10 as well. M4s from AWP, Glass Cannon for Angelo here on the Sharks side. And like we mentioned yesterday when we were calling the Sharks match, one of the players we're watching out for the most just because he is so new by comparison to everyone else on the server. Doesn't deliver that first pick, but does provide the necessary support for RDN to aggress. Flash getting caught on the body. He's blinded. He's probably seen by the T side here. Now can get flanked in from this underpass individual. Coward struggles, and eventually Cold Zero's Molotov is credited with the kill.
It's a positive move there from RDN to try and get that aggressive. Unfortunately, there's just so much util. You've got counter flashes, you've got T flashes, and you get yourself in a position where you get stuck. There's no assistance from Con, nothing out there from short, nothing that Angelo can do with the re-smoke down in window. The Sharks tried to make a full leveraged, aggressive start to the round, and it's unsuccessful for an opening kill. Gafolo has not been seen out here towards ladder, and it gets quite silent from the opening casualty.
Zera tries that one onto Koala, but Koala trades him back. 4 on 4. Oh, trying to keep a good hold onto this round, but damage has certainly been done to that M4 player.
A lot of activity from the CT side. Not only have they gone for an info play where they've overextended towards the apartments, but they're now starting to do the same thing out there towards A ramp. Not only has Koala got another kill, but he knew that there was at least one more in apps.
Both sets of utility might telegraph a hit of some sort to come through. Got backup as well towards short in the ladder room. Turns attention away. Drop might get caught in the back still as Kafolo looks back in and does drop. Red Can is 20 seconds. They don't look like they're going to be going in for any sort of last second execution. They're going to hold on to their guns and save it into the next round. I mean, Sharks can get their first round on the startup here on the CT side.
Well done to Koala. Took initiative into his own hands when they lost RDN, and him and Cowers were teammates out on Furia Academy from March 2022 to December 2022. So coming up to 3 years later, you're now going up against one another to potentially eliminate one in the 5th to 6th position. Red Canids would have felt that they had a perfect beginning to the round. They had an opening kill, they had a lot of respect towards mid, but it was that overextension towards B, and that Koala managed to get 2 and still stay alive.
All right, Canids. Incendiary set as Angelo looks up with the AWP, but doesn't see anything yet. Eyes set. But no one willing to make a move in this much of a direction for the Canids camp. It's just passive on these defaults here.
We might have a position in which ramp gets retaken from the Sharks. I mean, what we saw in the mid-round with their activity tells you that they're going to try and be quite positive on the CT side. They're not going to sit back and be stagnant. AWP gets mollied. Gafolo might have to try and help out his teammate with the re-smoke down from bottom con. Out towards B directly, you've got Koala more towards the short side, so not much that he can do in terms of fighting with the AWP.
Make their move. Koala does his best, but is ultimately overwhelmed by Cowes. Angelo's good for a follow-up responsive. Drop and Gafolo go back and forth. Gafolo looking for a second pick just ahead of that. Benz will lose his life, and Doc trades him, but now he's on half HP. Both players of the T-side are tagged, though. Now bombs in the open. Doc's been baited. We'll look back towards site. HG comes in. He goes low, but still gets a second pick with RDN to close the last. Sharks are truly in the game now.
Well, it's probably the worst case situation. Not only are you trying to dive out to the apartments, you get the trades down quite nicely. You deal with Koala down there on the arch position. You deal with the NWP player of Angelo, but the bomb gets trapped. That one kill from the AWPer drops the bomb in the apartments, and it's in no man's land. I would have loved to have forced that plant out, get yourself into a post. And Cowes is going in for a hero AK without much around it. I at least can appreciate the idea that Venom Zera's got some armor, so if that AK does fall, then somebody else can pick it up, but I think you know what I'm going to say here, Jay. I'm never a big fan of these kind of rounds if there's not enough investment around it.
You really are putting all your chips in on Cowes and hoping that he does something with it, so I can attest to your perspective. Cannons. They're slow as per usual. This T-side is a very passive one, to say the least.
I haven't seen many A-lanes from them at all. It's been pretty much take mid, work underpass, and then MB in a lot of these rounds. And Kao has given himself a little off angle to fight against the jungle rotation. Gafolo only jiggles, that's clever. You don't want to be wide swinging any of these positions or just getting caught napping. If you can jiggle a lot of the angles, you at least give yourself the best chance of baiting the AK.
And once again, Doc and Gafolo get simultaneous kills in a connector. Dropping those pistol players. The Deagle Ponta comes up good for one pick back. That bomb not quite on site though. Needs to get crossed back from connector control. Ponta picked up an AWP and M4 in the hands of Drop. It's a 3-on-3. Problem is the HP and the Kevlar for Ponta and Drop, but Ponta's not going to stop. He gets that kill in. The CT spawn. Finally, Koala can train him. Dropping Cowes. Cowes the big threat. He's closer. He's got the armor and the AK in hand. Fights an RDN. Takes him. Maybe they might still see a performance round from this individual. Back's turned as Koala tries to hunt down his compadre. Drop was heard back towards the stairs. Tapping once for Koala, who's got Kir. He's got no smoke for cover though. Out in the open, fights on one. Heard the footsteps of the second. He's got all the info, but none of the kills. Cowes' triple will indeed steal the round for Red Canids.
And let's just remember for a moment here, Jay, Cowes has hero AK and armor. Venom Zera's got armor. Everybody else has got basically nothing. And Ponta, out of all the guys, he was the one that attributed the most. He walks through that palace smoke. He gets a single deagle kill on the bomb side. He then gets down there towards triple, picks up that big green, and gets the rotation towards spawn. That's not easy to do without armor. And you can give as much credit towards Cowes of getting those trades and the impact kills towards Con. That round is not winnable without Ponta's impact.
Tactical timeout for the Sharks side. First one taken. And push back on the back foot very early into these proceedings, but I always thought a surge back has given them a breath of life. Unfortunately, our life is snuffed out with a single AK in the hands of the cannons. So 2 M4s on this follow-up buy.
You start looking at the position that Red Canids can find themselves in. They could start running away with this T-side now. Cowes fast, aggressive down towards underpass, and Doc is going to be able to find the first, but the second's going to be tough. That's always the problem with going underpass, isn't it? Is that you can take contacts, but you kind of need to keep fighting from that position onwards.
No one from Sharks in a position to swing back at underpass and grab that rifle as well. And it's not right now, maybe later when Venom starts moving elsewhere. Even then though, you have the map control by that point. AG's open the smoke. RDN sees nothing in mid, no contact established. Red Canids start rotation into the A play.
And it's a painfully slow T-side from Red Canids, and it makes you ponder the idea, at what point do Sharks start getting a bit annoyed by this, start making mistakes, start over-peaking? It's very difficult when you're going up against a team that's running the clock as much as these guys are. At least you've got a little bit of a gamble. You've got 2 players close towards A ramp, and then the M4 that can swing towards the top of stairs or jungle.
And there go the two smokes to connect the jungle instead. Angelo fights on, finds that headshot quick. Koala flash blinded, does get a little bit of tag damage. It gets sent to Angelo for a double and a triple deny with RDN's M4 instead, providing support. And it looks like Sharks may do onto Cannons what Cannons just did to Sharks. The HE sent towards Angelo is all a time stalling measure because coldzera hasn't got enough info, enough vision, enough contact to take these three down. With 10 seconds on the clock, he's going to save his gun and Sharks will bounce back.
I can't remember a single kill that coldzera has had so far out here on Mirage. He's been very passive. He's not been involved in trade frags at all. He's had the big green, but he's not been generating any opening kills. So you start wondering, how much is that AWP realistically going to bring to the table? The Sharks, just with the close range weapons, especially that 5.7, it's a difficult turnaround, isn't it? Because you're sort of sitting there on the lip of the box, you're looking down towards A main, and then you've got to turn almost 180 degrees and then start thinking about the verticality. And that's an excellent round for a multi-frag.
Huge stuff. So when Cannons fell, they were on the momentum shift. Sharks answer back, and suddenly it doesn't feel so red anymore. Once again, through the momentum swings, the chance of Sharks to leap forward and start a surge in the lead. Both economies have invested rather heavily into this round as well. There's no savings. Pretty important one for both teams to win.
Yeah, coldzera needs to try and generate an opener out here towards top connector, and at the moment the CTs aren't giving him much. The Sharks are hanging back, the short player's not over peaking, the triple player is not even in a sight line. It's basically just a jump spot out here from CT Ticket. It should be a B split. They should be able to smoke off Con, come in towards short heavy, and then regroup with the apartments players into B.
Forty seconds. Shot on for drop. He takes a kill alongside coldzera's AWP. Koala's SMG suddenly feeling very lonely, burning, and dealt with by a Deagle. Oh, we're going to go back and forth in this game. This is the competitive nature we were looking for out of this series on full display.
Well, you can just feel that the B players are a bit hesitant on where they want to reposition to. You've got players moving around on the bomb side. You try and get under window, you get caught by the util, and you just get slammed. coldzera gets an easy rotation kill, now even on the exit. And then you've got, what, an MP9 at the back of Van that has to hold off against absent short players? It's never going to happen. And that was quite comfortable. Maybe there just wasn't enough movement. Remember, that round did not feature a con smoke. And coldzera was basically just holding short with the AWP towards the connector sightline on A, and they could just scale. They could just keep contacting until the exec came in. Maybe if there was a bit more pressure on a jiggle, a bit more intent of fighting con or fighting window, it could have made the round uncomfortable for the T's.
And there's an uncomfortable fight for his life. He will just keep it in, though. No loss bonus for the Sharks, so they're going to try forcing back in once again. AK is going to be invaluable to them as a result from Mars SMGs on 2 scalp to follow. Broken buys for them. They've done better with worse. Like I said, both economies are in trouble, so this is the perfect chance for Red Cannons to reclaim the lead and to try and claim the half from here, honestly.
Oh, timing's awkward there for Cowers. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Very rarely do you see a boost up out there towards the B apartments, and he's just getting caught with util. Now, no one is watching Con right now, so there is a timing and an exploitation for the T's.
Walking forward to drop the part, Angelo's seen heads into 2, takes down one of them, takes some damage in return. That HE, a little bit off-killed, so not even taking him. He gets his triple in the end as coldzera's caught in the back and drops caught in the open. Ponta, a 1v5 as we continue to go back and forth, blow for blow in these rounds. A 2-round sequence for Red Cannons, 2 rounds for the Sharks, and now just one after the other, with no team able to truly pull ahead.
Yeah, the stunning rifling ability there from Angelo. I mean, I find it funny and even comical when you think back to the day. How many AWPers we used to have that were just rubbish when it came to rifles? I mean, look at JDM 10 years ago. Incredible with the big green. Give him a Galil, an AK, or an M4, and he can't do anything. His P250 was probably better. But in 2025, you just have to be strong riflers with the notion that you don't get the AWP that frequently, with where the economy sits, how much of a risk it is to always be investing into that big green gun. And that was a sick sequence, and he looked really calm out there on triple dealing with the con players.
Red Canids once again going to try and force the issue back, force out this war of attrition. And already drop has dropped to the hands of Docu and almost lines up cold. Zera, third time's a charm. Not quite. The smoke's now faded, but Kawes will have to fight anyway. Tagged up to half, but does find the trade.
A little bit of ego peeking there from Sharks. I don't mind it because they're up against a weakened buy and they want to try and send a statement. They've just got to be careful from this point onwards. You don't want to be wasting these AKs. You don't want to be dropping loose players to a buy that doesn't have much at all. Still intent of searching, looking out there towards top mid but not seeing anything. And now you can hang back. And for Red Canids, I don't really see how this round could be threatening. Unless there's an incredible timing where players have got their backs turned or caught with util out, you're looking at, what, double AKs that are already on half HP with one smoke left. You need a miracle to win this round.
Well, Cold Zero's got the right idea about the AK. Pass it off to Venom Zero because he's not taking any tag damage. Following off Boston in the connector. Right in the end, it's overwhelmed. Gafolo struggling. He gets one kill in, but Venom Zero's traded. Angelo, warp on site. Pistol player, inbound. It's all timing. Ponta may catch him off, looking the wrong way. Sees it, shot missed. Oh, it's all falling to pieces. The miracle you're looking for may still not happen. Koala going for the sprays on Cold Zero, and he's just going to catch him. Bomb plant bonus is secured. Red Canids did all they could, and damn, they got away with it.
Well, it's frustration because you've done a lot right in that round. You've been able to disallow the short player that's getting a little bit overly aggressive. You've spammed the con player. You've dealt with the AWPer with a bait shot. That's a 3v1, and very quickly it gets out of hands. Now, this is unorthodox, but I think they need to buy here. I look at the notion of how you can force the reset. With how back and forth the streaks have been, there's not a huge amount of money, but I wouldn't mind seeing a complete buy from the T-side line.
We've got Deagles, P250s, Tech 9s. They're not going to go whole hog in this one. The Sharks will get to 6 at the very least. Half advantage for Red Cannons will be denied. We'll group and move towards this big bomb site in unison. 2 flashes for Ponta to set up for his teammates when they're ready.
Well, it's going to be tough because they don't have too much to get them into B. And knowing that there's a re-smoke from RDN, knowing that they're seeing nothing out in mid, I mean, he's going to re-smoke. This is a good timing.
Let's block that entryway. Now they're out of smokes. Power Molotov in. Koala holds the balcony still. Gets 2 kills, 3 kills. 4 kills more. Ponta. He's going down at RDN. And it's 6-4 on the board for the Sharks.
For Red Canids, I almost wonder, are we going to get a pace change from them? It's been such a slow and methodical T-side. We haven't had a single rush or pop set up. I just almost feel that that might just catch the opposition sleeping. One of those quicker maneuvers towards A. Get yourself the pre-smoke down against the A main molly. Do we get it from the in-game leader of drop?
Koala's waiting. Ponta ready for first contact here in round number 11, Red Canids. And way out these smokes to clear and then make the moves off the back of that. They're also hunting for mid control, so it's to be a split A setup with the bomb still being out there at ramp.
This timing could be good for Glafolo to be able to set up his teammate just on the edge of window. No drop was just in between the bottom con smoke, so didn't get detected in that one.
Glafolo's going to check con anyway. Oh, he's pixels away from being spotting, but he was spotted. The M4 close to Koala, can't get a kill. Ponta starts things, drop, will get caught. Cowheads will trade him back. The AWP is pushed away. Doc is low. RDN desperate to catch off Cowheads. The Molotov will go deep into jungle. He fights from the cubby corner, makes it a 3-on-3. Angelo also got a secondary frag, but he didn't hold on forever, and Venom Zero is allowed to cross.
Now, Cold Zero needs to try and get one before getting this bomb down. Now, they can plant open for CT just because of Venom's error. The issue is how much pressure is going to go against this rifler once the bomb actually goes down.
Smokes up. Deeper. Slight gap that might bait them in a little bit closer. So close. Sees Angelo. Takes him 2v2. Doc is an unknown, though. Orpa's watching for that con presence of AWP at the CT side. All down to timing and where they look at the right moment. RDN just caught cold, so now Venom Zero, his concerns are even greater. Flashbang forward, and the USP of Doc is more than enough to take him to 7 on the board as Sharks.
I mean, even thinking about Cold Zero and the AWP right now, we're just not getting any kills. We're not getting any round-defining moments. And you start thinking in history, how many players have realistically gone from being a good rifler into an AWPer? I mean, Automatic comes to my mind a few years back. But in the current day, you get a lot more AWPers that have transitioned into riflers rather than the other way around. I mean, to think how good he was as a rifler on the cusp of 10 years ago and to now see him AWPing, it just feels strange.
All right, Canids. Suffering in multiple regards. The performances to rifle basis of the Sharks. Bystay looks better for them. 4 Galils. Those are the full gambit of mainstay weapons. Here they come, moving up for Cowheads, could follow. Held back, not aware of where Cowheads is coming in from. Doc tries to get a little bit further to the closest and takes down 2 kills, not going to quite get the 3rd. Venom Zero able to respond. The bomb site's been taken, but RDN finds one from beyond that smoke. Bomb plan will to get secured, and Koala takes out Venom Zero. Cold Zero is all that remains, this time with an automatic. Holds his nerve, holds his position, and still gets domed straight in the head as Angelo will claim an 8-4 Koala on the defuse, but Sharks in control on the CT side. 4 rounds to the good on the red Canids deficit. You Sharks are just looking like another lights out unit, despite some moments where it felt like Canids were going to contest. The Sharks continue to post themselves up going into the T side now. Is there a way for Red Canids to turn it back around?
Well, if we're going off of the basis of how good Sharks have been in pistols, this is the way to start off the second half. Get on a positive note. Considering that this was a 4-3 advantage at one point, it was a real tasty streak of rounds towards the end of that first half. The Red Canids are going to have to dig deep. And at the moment, they are not even searching on the pistol round. Very defensive on B, very defensive towards A. Your Con player is not aggressive by any stretch. And Con is being smoked, which indicates that it's going to be a B split. But rather than going up short, they're going to get a boost into window.
USP of Venom Zera fighting first. Doesn't get a kill out of it, though. It's actually eventually coming in against Doc. So there's your start. There's your follow-up. The drop. Julie set in. Another set towards the other side of the apartment space. Double kill for Drop as Angelo falls next in. RDN caught off, taking down Cowes, but Drop continues to fire away. A triple for him in the round. Bottlenecked in the apartments here, Sharks. Gonna follow. Clutch, that seems impossible. He does find Cold Zero at least, but Drop ain't done. 4 kills to close in the round, 10 in the map overall for him.
Just a bit of a shame that the Lurker's got nothing. Doc gets boosted up into window. He gets caught. Gafolo is trying to work out there towards Con. He also gets nothing. And I think when you're in a pistol round where you've got heavy Lurkers, they need to be able to exploit good timings. They need to catch CT snapping. They need to create open space. If they're not providing any damage, then it's going to make it very difficult for those apartment players, especially when you're running into Julies. Round 14 is not even going to feature a limited investment. It is Glocks for everyone, so it is the opening rifles to continue in the next rounds.
Well, there's 1 star for the Canids camp. But as you say, we need just this to be the start. They need a little bit more in general if they want to bring the comeback for realsies. Sharks on an eco should at least go up number 6. And to their credit, they lost the pistol in the last half and built from the 0-2 deficit, bounced back to equalize and eventually took that 8-4 advantage. So, as I say, only a start for the Canids, and the rifles come in the next round. Be the true test for the CT side.
I'd like to see what Cold Zero is going to be like on the AWP on the CT basis. Being such an experienced player and someone that's played in ESL Pro League Season 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. A little bit of a break and then had 17 and 20. This is a guy that's been around for a while. And I'm looking at what he provided in the first half and I was let down. Didn't really see much at all. Going into the second, I've got to expect a higher pedigree. I've got to expect more coming out of his input.
I'm just going for the list of his appearances in Pro League. Probably doesn't do it justice to Cold Zero, major champion, one of the best players in the world at several occasions. Sharks trying to test that notoriety, and they've done so well so far, but in this round, not so much. Doc and RDN down to some individual fights for Venom Zera and Drop. And Gafolo and Koala will get those trades in. Cowes is still in play though. Returns fire. Drop also not the victim of the latest trade. Bomb probably secured. Pages against Gafolo will certainly do some damage. But he gets away in this 2v3 post plant.
Deeper smoke out towards Spawn's going to make it a bit more awkward from Ponta and maybe drive him triple into Connector out there towards jungle. This is going to have to be a round in which time stalling is everything. And Angelo out towards default has got to be the main guy to fight.
Picked at the right moment. Stairs, flash is turned in. Molotov's out and does go down upon to Gafolo. Now to defend the bomb. He must be out towards CT with that. But the smoke that comes in, the bomb defuse, however, the smoke doesn't go towards that. Instead, it's directed towards defaults. And Gafolo finds both of those kills, and the follow through to Cowes looks stunning. 3 kills to his name, 33 HP on his board, and 3 to the good on Sharks.
I'm just noticing from the first half and the second half that Red Canids have thrown away way too many opening man advantages in the sense of 2v1s, 4v2s, round closures where it feels as if the ticket's already been created. You're already thinking about the next round before the round's concluded. And right there, somehow, some way, Gafolo kind of being forced in the open off of that tap. Looks awkward in the duel, but still hits the headshot. And this might be the reason why Sharks win the series. I mean, I'm looking at the scoreline. 9-6, up against a weakened bye. You expect Sharks to come out on top here. Then it's on the eco on the next. We're looking at an 11-6 lead. That's a massive scoreline. That is just death if you're Red Canids.
Well, they may be in trouble. They did well to keep the force buys going up and bouncing back against the Sharks side, but just, you need confidence, really. Some semblance of groundwork here. And instead, you've got an open M4 from Mars SMG and a 5-7 on Ponta. Quickly in the execution, gets Jungle stairs, smokes out towards start. They look to try and hold in one player's big cover. They read the second. Oh, don't quite get there in time to deal with Venom's error before he does his damage. 3v3 set up by the Red Canids. Sharks, still the better weapons. But have the CTs given themselves a chance?
Flash forward into spawn. They're not going to go through the smoke, but they need space. Now, none of them are grouping towards jungle, so this tells you the T's are going to retake spawn control.
We'll just clear out the bins to ensure that nobody's going to be in a cheeky corner angle. No flashes forward from the CT side. Doc struggles, as does Koala. And it's on Angelo now. Khalil in hand, 1v3. Bomb on his sights. Flashbang send does not affect him in the slightest. On top of the ticket booth. Two to line up. One goes down. Oh, and the second's almost fallen as well. But Ponta will just hold 10 seconds on the stick. Should have enough time for it. Say that, actually. A bit closer than I thought initially. No, he hasn't got it! Oh, the time stalling's perfect for Angelo. He did just enough to bring the round in for the Sharks.
Now, something that needs to be rectified and noted from that last round, Jay, is the fact that Cold Zero was already saving. Those two players that were coming out there from spawn, they were having a crack at it, but the AWP wasn't in top con, wasn't in jungle, it was backing off towards underpass. So I almost feel that there's a little bit of hesitation in the call there. Are we going for it? Are we not? Get caught in two minds, and it's just too late to go. Surely there's a tactical instantly after that round, after what's happened in the last two, just to mentally reset.
From the IGL, I'm certainly calling in one. Got to get those comms on point right now, because time is running out on Red Canids to make something happen on this map. Cold Zero is the first to drop on the CT side, did take Doc with him.
I don't even know what's happening in there in mid. I mean, that's just boneheaded. It's an AWP with a few upgraded pistols. Where's the support? Like, why has Cold Zero just gone in solo mid? What is he expecting there? He gets one kill and he gets traded. Oh, the AWP's gone now. Great. Like, we've got nothing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now. I think this is just full tilt for Red Canids.
I mean, far be it for me to suggest a certain element of tilt involved for Red Canids now. But you are right. Why would you do that? I mean, you haven't even got upgraded pistols, actually, for the Red Canids. It's straight USPs.
Not even a flashbang. I mean, they could have invested something. They could have put some work behind that AWP to try and set up at least a multi-frag. Yeah, very questionable.
Facing a full communication breakdown. Red Canids will have a buy in the next round. Surely, at this point, you're looking at this buy state, this situation. Maybe RDN could drop. HE's already towards drop as he picks up that AWP and can't quite apply to the kill count. A bit closer for RDN, does drop him. Angelo responds back. Follow striking out in mid, going to ensure that that secondary backup player not going to be a main factor. Then Zero can't land on the big green. And Cowes will also drop. So yes, a formality round for the Sharks in the end. 11-6 will be on the board. And the Canids have got to get their act together again. They have enough cash for a buy. Questionable for the AWP drop on Cold Zero. And yeah, they're not going to go glass cannon on any other players to go ahead and do so. I'm really looking for a tactical here, though. The comms and the communication, the coordination. Something's not going right here. Something to do with team play and who takes action and when. But the Canids are going to soldier ahead.
Well, considering that it was 4-3 up and you're now 6-11 down on your map pick, which is meant to be your #1 map in the pool, it's not a good sign. Doesn't look good. Numbers being posted are quite low. I mean, drop mentioned it at the start, highest rated player when it comes to this map for this team, but it's only 15 and it hasn't felt like he's had a great game. And the numbers might say otherwise, but has he generated rounds? Has he been able to create multi-frags that have led to some significant moments in the match? Not really. The Sharks will look at things right now and say we are all over them. We are completely disrupting their whole style. And that's what happened in their opening 2 games in the comp. It's what happened against Keydstars. It's what happened again against 2Game. They just didn't give the opposition many chances at all.
This would usually be the point where I'd look into the maps and the details of the wins that Canids had and say, well, you know, at least they got, you know, they got the wins, yeah, but they're going against lower level opposition, but that doesn't necessarily apply. Remember, they beat Imperial on this map. One sticking point in their campaign. Sharks. Higher ranked squads, slightly more reputable. Venom Zera and Cold Zera are overwhelmed on the A-bomb site. At least they get 1 kill out of that particular exchange from Venom. And Cowards can trade Doc on the connect to contact against Drop. The 2v3 for Ponta and Cowards in what is a must-win retake as well. You're really not expecting it to go the way of the Canids can. The Sharks have posted up and they are ready to receive no matter what the Canids want to throw at the site. They put a smoke down closer. The bomb's in the open though. Cowards can see it. No kits on either player either, so time being short. Koala holds the bomb site, strikes at the right moment. Transition is spray between the 2K. 3 kills in the round itself and 6 map points for Sharks on Mirage.
And we know that the streak and recent run of form has looked quite promising for the Red Canids, winning 11 out of their past 15 best of 3s. You can sort of say the same level of form for the opposition. Sharks have won 10 out of their past 14. So you've got 2 teams that are ramping up. They're trying to peak at the moment. They're trying to go into this closed qualifier and show everything that they've worked on in the last couple of events or so. But for the Sharks, it's felt comfortable. RDN aggressive out there towards A main. Cold Zera with a teammate down towards underpass. Easy opening kill. And Doc doesn't even need to commit towards this. Does stay for a little bit too long, so it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Flash forward, RDN gets ahead of the curb and deals the 3-for-1 trade in the overall. And that should seal the deal on this map. That should seal the deal on Red Canids on Mirage. Sharks continuing to pepper them, even with the Orc landing leg shots on Venom Zera. And he cheats down on Ponta to keep him at half points of health as well. So this seems to be the end of the road. 13-6. A very simple opening map for the Sharks side. Not even on their map pick either. Red Canids unfortunately disappointing on their home territory. As it's locked in by the opposition, the Sharks look well poised in the lower bracket.
And if they lost this map, Jay, due to maybe clutches or one good swing round of the economy, I could kind of let it slide and say, all right, fair play, just got a bit unlucky, things went wrong. The idea that we're getting a lack of tacticals, the stylistic approach to some of these rounds, they were not only completely outclassed, but they can blame themselves for a lot of what happened in the second half at least. And that is not a pretty sign. And mentally resetting, going into map 2 and potentially even map 3, I don't think it's going to be easy for the Red Canids at all.
Yeah, I have to concur. I mean, just putting aside the fact that you're going into your opponent's map pick and you've just been thrashed, right? You've just been absolutely thrashed by the opposition on a team play basis. I think there's tilt involved. I think something went wrong or something happened where they just stopped communicating effectively. There were players saving when others were retaking. You saw tilt rushes from Cold Zera who bomb fragged in this game. Like, there's a lot of things wrong with Red Canids. A lot of things you can criticize for Red Canids on Mirage there.
Definitely so. And now even focusing up for what is going to appear for the next in the series, you normally look at your veteran players. You look at someone like a Cold Zera to get yourself out of trouble. You look at someone like a Cowards who recently played on Pain, a Drop that was out there on Furia, and you say, right, well, we need step-ups in performances. I thought Drop's numbers were overinflated. Didn't feel as if Cowards was delivering very much at all. And for Cold Zera, the fact that I can't remember a single AWP kill from him in the first half or the second half puts into question, well, why is he AWPing? I mean, if you're putting so much expense into that weapon, you've got to be getting something out of it.
Well, they've got to get something more out of Nuke because it's the second map in the series and Red Canids is the last chance to survive here in the lower bracket. El Sharks will 2-0 their way into the lower semi-final. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
As he turns it, nice
desperate, crazy? Or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Complete system collapse from Red Canids on their own map pick leads them to get pretty effectively decimated on that Mirage. So therefore, it's a very big ask to see them bounce back on Nuke Dweg. The last time we saw this map between these two sides, it was a victory for the Sharks camp on land during that Odyssey Cup event and that grand final in that best of 5. They didn't lose them out towards Red Canids. I have a bad feeling it might be the same case here today.
Even the Nuke track record recently is kind of crazy. Not only is it 6 wins in a row, but their last loss was about 10 weeks ago. That's a long time in Counter-Strike to not have a loss out on Nuke, and I don't think it's going to happen today. That was a really good first performance from them on map number 1. And, I mean, even looking at the other lower bracket semi-game, 2-game versus 9Z, that was also 2-game trying to get the 1-up on an opposition map pick. So we could very well see 2 zeros in both directions here today.
And you said earlier you thought the 9Z were going to be in that consolidation final, which we'll be covering up on the stream next up after this series has concluded. And of course, after that series on the A stream is also concluded at the exact same time. So keep your eyes on those score lines because it's very important to see who's going to stand against the likes of Sharks or Red Canids. More likely than not, it's Sharks, because just diving in a little bit more in depth towards these results that we've seen from the Red Canids, obviously Imperial, that 13-1 that they conceded to that particular side. Red Canids lost out that map, having been bounced back, having taken that previous Mirage over the Imperial side, that third map in that series. Then you've got losses to the likes of Selva and 2-game a couple of occasions. We're not looking at a high... There's not like one of those cases where you're beating all the opposition that you should be beating and losing to the opposition that you should be losing to at the exact same time. Like, there have been some hits and misses here.
And then Nuke looks okay. What we need to see from them is a much better performance than what we saw out on map 1, because it was just disappointing. This is meant to be a squad that have made upgrades going into the second half of the year, try and be in the conversation as a local team that can qualify to the major. I think you've got guys that have been there in the past, your Cowers, your Drop, your Coldzig. era, guys that have been able to represent the region at the Tier 1 atmosphere. You've made the most recent changes, and if you go out here 5th to 6th without even giving your opposition for a run for their money, it feels very underwhelming.
And considering the issues we're talking about with the Canids coordination and the team play and the individual prowess, all the things that you need to have at least a decent level of, preferably in the team play department, to play a map like Nuke, some serious magic is going to happen in that 15-minute break, because I'm just not seeing it happening here. We'll see whether the Red Cannons can pull one out of the hat. They're on the CT side. Start pistols alive for our second map of the series. And there's one thing that Canids had over the likes of Sharks so far. It has been those pistol wins. Julie sets. Cowers can drop the bomb carrier. Still a player down in the vent. He doubles up on towards RDN. Drop also took that player that dropped into the vent itself. Cafolo has fallen. So indeed, it looks to be another pistol win for the Red Canids. The 5-on-2 situation. You don't see Angelo or Koala bouncing back from this. Koala will be tested by two individuals. Zero and Angelo and Bateman closer towards Mini. Does hit that shot. Angelo all alone.
It's crazy to think that they had the best pistol win percentage in the entire tournament coming into this best of 3, and now they're 0 for 3 in pistols. Definitely doesn't look like a good sign moving forward in the entire best of 3 from that department. I mean, right there, it's a little bit unfortunate. You go in for a bit of a gimmick. You have your main lip smoke. You have your molly on the backside. You flash in. You just try and vent drop. And there's a Julie's out there towards top hut that is more towards the door side. So as soon as you come out of squeak door, you're just getting obliterated. You're getting stomped out before you can get down into the vent. So Sharks get nothing. Red Canids get a freebie. And realistically, I think they're going to be looking at probably 8 CT rounds in this first half. If they really want to try and contest map 2 and force it into the decider, I think they need to get an 8-4 or better.
Markers have been set for the Cannon side, but the Sharks, I don't think losing the pistol has been all that much of a hindrance so far in the series, because think about 13-6 still, you lost both pistols. 4 of the 6 rounds of Red Cannons came for the pistol in conversion, so everything else has been pretty solid for the Sharks in general. Yes, you can look at the pistol statistics and say and make all the regular sort of assessments that you would out of it. But in this isolated example, the rifles will come in, and I imagine that's where Sharks are going to post up their best game.
And look at Nuke and see that Red Canids have got 9 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months on HLTV versus Sharks that have got the 8 wins and the 3 losses. Angelo playing just his 4th Nuke official. Koala averaging a 1.28 rating and Doc a 1.27 on this map. So watch out for those two guys in particular.
Side control with smokes up against drop to the solo holder. Cowers getting caught in the up on site. Already down in the secret. Go the Shark side, making a lot of noise towards this as well. So that's information that will get called in by drop rotations on Ponta. Try to get towards the obs window. Can hear them coming as Famar stands to attention. I'm not even going to challenge him. Look instead towards Cold Zero. Doc just swings out wide and dry. Gets his pick. Ponta checked by Gafolo. He does land that kill in. Trying to look for Doc next up and does deal with the man 3-on-3. Still got that bomb carrier down here though. Angelo has no support around him and leans in with his back turn towards drop. He doubles up as well on Koala. And the Sharks definitely look like they were impressive with their placement and the pacing, but not so much in the finish.
Don't expect that many players down there on the lower bomb site. With the contact that comes in from the player rotating out to ramp, you just sort of start thinking about getting the bomb down, focusing on the crossfire, and then you've got a cheeky little Ponta out there on the observation window. Excellent double from him. Really good composure to not overpeak. As soon as he gets that first, transfer up to the second, and then just kind of tuck, get yourself in a hiding position, and then drop out there from ramp, makes it 2. That was Sharks feeling as if they had everything going for them. They had the space, they had the kills, and for RDN, well, there's not really much here. Saving onto the AK might have to be the only option. I mean, down here to the lower bomb site, you know that you're going to be up against 2 players.
One's close. He reads it right, actually. Find the exact positioning and runs right past him instead. Ponta loams him at point blank. The Sharks do not start this time in the rifle round after taking another half by concession. Decent damage done in the casualty game against the Red Cannon side. We need to keep those casualties up with these pistols. We want to try and go for a reset.
Ponta, the only player a part of the organization of the Red Canids that has not previously been to an ESL Pro League. Everybody else has had that international experience, had that opportunity. Cowers returning the util because of the vent drop smoke. Venom Zera just keeping his eyes down towards Heart.
Cowways deals with Koala in at the vent. Ponta doesn't quite get his 2 kills out of a round, but does get one of them at least. Got to play with. A missed shot from Cold Zero on the AWP again. Pay attention towards him. He was bottom of the board during that last map up. Not a lot of great showings on the big green gun. Doc moves in. The follow's going to get seen. The rifler dropped. And Angelo alone.
Yeah, Cowers was in the very last season of Pro League with Pain Gaming. Would have felt that that was a great opportunity for him to basically push on with his career path. You go from Fury Academy to the call-up of Pain and pretty consistently got to play at Tier 1 tournaments. You now go over here to the Red Canids and, well, qualifications to lands are not going to be easy. ESL Challenger League was only a top 8. And qualifying to quite a few local lands, but that's only in Brazil. You'd love to be able to do just that little bit more, try and push them up the ranking. I mean, even Red Canids outside of the top 70 on VRS, not really a threat at the current moment of time. But threatening the start of Nuke, it's been a slow start from the T's, so they're going to take a tactical going into round 5.
The Pro League season 21 was actually the last tournament that Cowboys had under Pain before they loaned him out to Red Canids. 12th to 14th finish. Something wasn't working in terms of where they were at, considering the slowly dropping results in the S-tier events for that team. Sharks. Try and find something to exploit. Their rifles in for the 5th round of the game. 4-0 start for the Red Canids. HE sends the squeak door, smokes some Molotovs forward of the mark. Going to try and force CTs into awkward early stances. Quickly out of the gate, they'll go into the rafters. Cowards going to get detected. The SMG of Venom Zero gets nothing, and the Sharks take a moment to readjust the pace, and this time far quicker than before, and works well.
No better feeling than when you execute A on Nuke and your util is just perfect. All the mollies have landed correctly, all the flashes have come in, and the timings has been good on when you accelerate out from door and hump. You've got your Sally player that's just completely blinded, a Venom Zera that was struggling out there from top heart. And Red Canids have got no other option but sitting back and holding on to the weapons. The Sharks, instant success once they use that tactical. And I think that's always a nice feeling if you're the coach, right? If you are the likes of Coachy, you've given a bit of insight, you've been able to slow the round down, you've been able to slow the game in, and you go in with a tactical mindset of a top side lean, something a bit quicker than what we've seen previously, and you just instantly win your first round on T side.
There's your start for the Sharks at last. Hopefully starting as they mean to go on here with the confidence. On that AWP on Cold Zero, Sharks are not going to be buying into any such big green guns here. The AKs are happy with. Money state is still pretty nice and defined for the CT forces with the safe call they had in the previous 3 players held over. Diag smokes. Can Cold Zero see above that smoke? Just barely, but doesn't take a chance to hit a shot until Gafolo's ball revealed. Lands him with a wallbang head. But Angelo trades back on drop. A lot of damage being done there, and it's a secret 4-on-4 ensues. Koala challenging Venom Zero. Venom Zero wins the fight.
And down to the lower corridors, you've got a tasty crossfire here from the CTs. RDN's got a timing to try and get back into main. Venom Sarah is going to re-smoke off door, but now that they know he's up here towards Mustang, it's an easy spam against his feet.
RDN brings it into a 3v3. The AWP is still out there towards heaven. Smart call to put Molotov in, try and drive him back. Keep him at bay, get a bit more time, force a regroup at a 3-on-3 in the retake. Red Canids will seek.
It's a tough post plant because there's a lack of util. Angelo is on low HP. They need to try and get him to fight against the main players.
Smokes in. Other than a rafters, I don't think that was intentional there. RDN, Doc in positions, holding, waiting for T-side contact. Cold Zero down, Cowboys down. Ponta leans in and goes falling the same to RDN. Sharks make light work of that hit.
Not really sure how they've lost that round. With the opening kill that Cold Zero was able to find on the outside, with the lurk kill that came in for the man advantage, it looks quite set. Looks as if everything's going right for them in the round. They've got themselves a 4 versus 3. Slight miscoms, perhaps, when the T's take Secret but go up on the top lane. And Venom Zero is just, he's a sitting duck out there on the top side, isn't he? He's got no help, he's got no crossfire, and just gets killed off easily from the main individuals.
Might have assumed they were completely done there on the upper bomb side with that kill against the lurker. And complacency will not get you any further, and theorizing comms issues and coordination issues from Canids over the course of the first map as well, so not a good sign in that round. Again, they have enough cash to afford all these rifles for another one on the buy, but the utility basis is already weakened. Only a handful of smokes, a flashbang, and incendiary to utilize. Sharks. Plenty more to work their way outside.
Well, what's incredible is that the side of Sharks has a better T round win percentage in the last 3 months of Nuke than their CT line. That's unheard of. Crossing out from Secret, and they seem to start just about getting a feel on how they want to display themselves. It's an easy opening kill down towards the lower corridors, and well, this could be the round over entirely. I mean, Ponta is completely alone. Unless he multi-frags up, yeah, well, this round's over already because Drop's been caught on rotation. Great lineup for a moment. It's a shame that Ponta gets away with 2, nearly 3 kills, but it's still not going to be enough.
If it got that 3rd kill, then I think Red Cannon start considering that retake. Like, just the funds not being there for them. And Sharks about to look to return the favor. But without having an even man situation, without being able to take an advantage, it seems not worth it. That's where those circumstances and the lack of cash will come back to bite you. Best to hold on to these 2 weapons and give yourself a slight little extra basis. Well, $2,400 going into their bank accounts, not being enough for the other players to buy in full. And Cold Zero could still get hunted. He needs to protect himself. Is inbound. Shot does connect towards Koala. RDN doesn't get there in time. It's 3 to the board of the Sharks. Tactical timeout called by the Red Canids.
An opportunity to chat to their head coach of TGE, a player that used to play on Imperial way back in the day, but known for his coaching staff role on Paqueta, the B4 organization, and then 9Z. He was part of that 9Z team for Pro League Season 18 and Season 20 out on LAN. He's only been here for, what, a handful of weeks. 5 weeks or so. Came in with Cowes and Ponta. Just to give a little bit of insight to the scenario, because it was a good start. A 4-0 beginning in which you didn't give a single bomb plant over towards the Sharks. And now you're starting to run into a little bit of a brick wall. And if you're not contesting these next couple of gun rounds, then you're probably not going to be contesting this map entirely.
We said 8 rounds is the right kind of scoreline for Red Canids to have a chance at contesting this map up, so at this point, assuming the realistic outcome of this one not becoming a steal for Red Canids, you have to look at going completely perfect from there. Cold Zero on the outside. Venom Zero. He's on the outside, excuse me. Cold Zero is inside out towards Secret. His AWP shots connecting this time, but the other rifle has been taken out. And with that, Sharks know best to go in towards the upper bomb side. Drops become a bit of a linchpin element though. Strikes that P250. Does he get a kill for it? Damage has been done rather heavily to Cavallo. Koala down to 54 as well, but neither man goes down. Man advantage stays and is extended by the Sharks side as Koala again close to getting killed off, but finds his pick out towards lobby. Drops grab that M4. Hunted by Koala. All out of timing right here over at the ramp. Caught dead to right, so one more exit to at least bolster things, but not anything more for the Red Canids. It will be 4-4 on the board.
I do feel for the CTs, because that's a pretty well set up round. You've got the enemy P trying to drive them away from Secret to force that trap into the A lane. You've got a P250 that does a lot of good work. Probably should be 1, even 2 casualties out there from the garage position. And in the end, you hold on to the AWP that you brought back in. You drop a few casualties. Look, you can be satisfied with that round. It's just a shame that not more gets generated. I'm looking at the Red Canids now, and I'm thinking, well, looking at their Nuke, Venom Zera, averages a 1.18 rating. He's the top hut player. He's the A site anchor. He hasn't been too successful at the moment against the A execs or any sort of pops. And I'd like to see coldzera generate a bit more advantage in terms of the position at the start of the rounds. I think he's still been quite too defensively on this CT side. He might be 9-2, but it's a lot of exit frags and kills against anti-ecos rather than in gun rounds.
Drop. Can't support coldzera. Challenged by Angelo down on the smoke crosses. Finally, the AK spray. RDN follows up from the top of Mini. M4 in for Cowes with using Ponta's distraction to get the trade frag against the man, but Doc returns on Venom Zera out of heaven. Ponta dip back in from hell. Get his man. Look for a second. Struggle to stabilize his spray. Similar story for Cowes on the bomb site. And now the Sharks have the lead. That minimum 8 is no longer possible for the Canids.
And this is where Sharks are starting to cause a real threat right now. They're getting a change of pace. They're getting a really good feel on their defaults. They're just working picks. I mean, right there, coldzera's out towards heaven, AC area. He just gets dropped. He doesn't even get a single kill. And maybe this is me being naive because I'm not watching this region frequently, Jay, but coldzera just doesn't look like an AWPer for me. I'm looking at how he's performed on map 1 and I'm looking on map 2. I don't know. Maybe it's an off day. It looks rough right now.
Even at his peak, he was a good secondary AWPer to Fallen. Unfortunately, that is not translating to a primary AWPer in the context of the Canids.
Especially when we've seen some really good AWPing across this South American closed qualifier. I mean,
Yeah.
Angelo's been a pretty good AWPer for the Sharks organization. We look at someone like Try and what he's able to do there. Martinez. There is some quality AWPers in and around the top 6 right now.
And the Sharks with no need for AWPs at the moment. The rifles of the T side, the automatics are about to win a minimum 6 on the T side itself. And in fact, given the circumstances, could well try and stretch to an 8-4 of their own.
And could we say that that was the best tactical timeout you're going to see all day? 0-4, use 1 tac, haven't dropped a single round since.
And the momentum swing has been well and true to the favour of Sharks. coldzera will at least make an expensive round. Can't quite turn on Angelo, so those 4 casualties. And typically you would say, well, that's decent for an eco, but expense at this moment doesn't mean much when Angelo's on $10,000. I think the follower was on $12,000 before he invested.
And this is going to be a tough matchup for someone like Venom Zera because him and Gafolo were teammates from August 2022 to January of 2023 under the Paqueta organization. You're now going up against one another, and for Venom Zera, he's just having a tough time. He's not generating anything towards A.
RDN and Koala have been tagged up. Cowes trying to lean forward with his AK. Sharks phase, trying to get involved, trying to get engaged, doing a little bit of damage towards Cowes himself. RDN and Koala. Now get formed up with the rest of their teammates, except for Gafolo, still playing on the outside. Cowes with utility in hand. Perfect chance to swing and punish for RDN, but he doesn't get it. Doc gets the trade. Venom Zera in the rafters, trying to hold off on his lonesome again. He gets 2 kills out of it. Third man feeds himself the sequence, and Red Canids look for a silver lining near the turn of the half.
Well, that's a little bit more like it. That's never an easy position to hold when you're going up against door players because you've got nowhere to move. You can't drop down, you'll lose too much HP. You just need to slightly be able to strafe left and right and have good crosshair placement. And he has farmed the door players coming out A. And that gives a bit of self-belief, a little bit of confidence to the young man.
Sharks. Outside control access for Doc. Drops home, drop in. He takes a fight against Cowes. Drop only barely gets in with that trade. Other action from other T-side presence, particularly down over at the entry towards a secret. Koala, meanwhile, working on the upside. He just caught vision in the AWP through the small gap in the silos. Gets his kill in. Meanwhile, on the B side, they look to put the bomb down. Drop extending in against them. The plant is denied for the time being. RDN gonna wait, backstabs rolling in for Koala's part. The AK making noise, Drop takes him. He's on for 3, and now 4 kills in the clutch. He's rushing down. RDN is not giving him the info he's looking for. Incendio comes in close though. He's got an inkling. RDN's gonna burn. Drop's gonna hear it. Look towards Dark for a headshot, a spray through and a burst. Fire! That brings home the clutch. A massive one for him. And one that indeed brings back that silver lining for Red Canids. Dead set even, 6-all at the turn of the first half. It's all even up as the Sharks move to their CT side on their map pick. They are on Nuke. Red Cannons did well to bring things back to an even stance, but was that enough to egg?
Probably not. I think last time around it was a 5-7, and we saw the likes of Sharks fairly comfortably getting the job done, getting it over the line with that 13-10 marker. Now on the outside, you've got a little bit of a scale. You've got a P250 armor from Cold Zero trying to attack this main player to start. Nobody else has really shown too much vision. It's been very silent from the Red Canids.
Engages of Doc towards the outside, been pretty accurate with some of his shots so far today on this map. Not on this occasion, though. Noise being made downstairs as Koala Starts to move on towards the vents. Seeing 3 players, including the bomb. Got a teammate back in the observation window, but peeks into a vertical crossfire. The Venom Zero and Cowards can capitalize upon with 2 kills of their own. Doc dealing with the upper side man, but there could be a bit of rotation from the Red Cannons camp. They're indeed going to make that happen. Doc's going to get overwhelmed. Follow Goosh down. RDN was ready for a B hit, but now he's left kind of a bit out-positioned. Bomb plant to be secured, so Red Cannons, it's another pistol win.
0 for 4 in pistols for the Sharks. It's got to be killing them because it means that there's so much more pressure and so much more emphasis on winning opening gun rounds and getting on top of the economy if you're just never getting good starts. And Gafolo is going to try and see if he can get a little bit of extra damage, but it's unlikely. The 7th round comes in from the Red Canids, and, well, that's certainly their specialty across this series.
I mean, just to put it into perspective of how much these pistols have made a difference to their game, the first map could have ended 13-2 without the pistol wins that Canids took. And similar story right here, we could be potentially looking at an 8-4 half for the Red Canids. Oh, sorry, for the Sharks, I should be saying. Canids, of course, losing the pistol in that particular scenario, but the fact that they've taken it now means that they're in the lead. The first time since their 4-0 starts. Basic USPs across most of the board of the Sharks. Only 1 man upgrading to a P250 stack to cap packed in group, to should be more specific. Moving together to try and hold that A-bomb, so hoping the Red Cannons give up a few rifles, preferably the bomb if they get lucky.
Cold Zero is edging ever so closer to 2,000 maps played on HLTV. He's currently sitting at 1,986. So you'd imagine a few more best of 3s and he'll be able to get it. And that would be quite an achievement. There is very few pro players in history that have been able to achieve 2,000 maps.
The number coming into this series or right now?
Right now he's at 1,986 if we're including Nuke.
So even in the best case scenario, I won't be seeing it in this qualifier, but maybe the next competition for the Red Cannons. I know they're playing in the Circuito event. Yes, in spite of our criticism of him as an individual performer, a legend of his own right, and his history in the game. No legends required to deal with this eco. Sharks have not contested. Standardized formality, 8-6 round for Canids.
Yeah, Cowards on the outside just needs to make sure that that AK is not being dropped, so that's why he's starting to reposition pretty quickly. For the Sharks, I have got a good inkling in this first gun round that we will see instant success from them. It's all about making a statement early, all about getting this game wrapped up. You've got a series that's going to come up in, well, depending, a couple of hours. I mean, it looks as if you've got 9Z that are on the bounce back. Look to try and see if they can take map 2 of that series, force it into the decider. If you would be the Sharks and close here in 2, you can give yourself a little bit of a break in that one. It's going to be a tough day, whether you do get that 9Z organization or the PKL and Hardzao duo out there on 2 game.
Giving up today with how that 9Z 2 game matchup plays out, if it does finish before ours does, although I will say, likelihood doesn't seem all that probable. Smokes in, SMGs fight for the follow, who strikes first with the Sharks here in this round, but Drop and Ponta are in with the responses. Dot making his way through the mini smoke, almost got Ponta. The HG's come back as Koala and Angelo chime in, but Angelo's traded. Koala is known. A 1v2. All players on high HP, 100 for both Cowards and Cold Zero. Cold Zero goes down. The bomb is in CT control. The AK now swapped up to where is Cowards come from, making noise, dropping off the top of the heart. Pre-fire from Koala, well placed, but he's still low HP. The nade down there gets him, and he gets so close to the kill of his own, but Cowards survives it and 9 points of health. It's 9 on the board for the Red Canids.
Oh, that's a tight round, and if you're Sharks, you'll probably be frustrated in yourself because the Anchors didn't particularly do too well there. The top hut player gets 1, but then gets traded. Your door player gets nothing. And then Doc, who's trying to go through that main smoke, they're already low HP. They don't have much between them. That should be an insta-kill. That was sloppy. And Koala, the ramp player, had to basically pick up everything himself. He had to get the ramp kill, get the kill against Cold Zero and Hut, and then try and finish off the last of Cowers. But the economy is close to a reset. The money in the reserve is not great. The loss bonus isn't there. If they can keep this damage up, even on the anti-half buy, you can get close towards a reset potential in the next gun round. But that is a real missed opportunity if you're Sharks.
Can't afford to sustain the full buys again. They're not even going to force the issue. It's a half invest for this one. Red Canids finally finding their turnaround here. Utilities in. Mac 10s go out, RDN. Doc, Cafolo going to get overwhelmed in an instant as the pace starts to favour the opposition. Number 10 for the Red Canids camp. 4 to the good on their part. The Sharks have another rifle round. That may well be their last chance to answer back.
There's definitely a lot of pressure against them, and I would say from a tactical perspective, something that certainly needs to be worked on is their pistol rounds. Because let's just be honest with ourselves, even if you go 0 for 4 and win this best of 3, if you go 0 for 4 against the better teams, if you have a series where you're losing a lot of pistol rounds to a Legacy or an Imperial, you're just going to get backhanded. Those better teams are going to criticize those poor and important rounds that aren't being converted. It has to be something that's worked upon, because you can feel the difference that it's making out here on Nuke. Yeah, we can sit here and say it didn't make much of a difference on map 1. Map 2 is a different case.
We got game on in this best of 3. Sharks. In desperate need of a round win. The Canids will not take the same pace. Got the AKs. A Mac 10 to contend with the AWP, the M4s, and a FAMAS. Or with Angelo. So hungry for a kill on the outside. Koala may get a lot more than he bargains for here. A ramp button first. Second almost goes down. Ponta's low HP. Angelo in great position with the AWP in his hands. Molotov forcing him to burn significantly. Doesn't end up pulling the trigger. May not have had enough time to get that kill in. Coward's meanwhile on the flank. Both backs are turned. He struggles to get that first kill, but gets them both in the end. And once again, distraction pulled in by one player. Has allowed a second to insert. Now they've got free access to that A bomb site and that B bomb site as well. Both players cannot defend the entryways. All they can do is hunker down on the sites themselves and pray to God they get a miracle sequence.
It was just pure hesitation there from Angelo. He doesn't know whether he should sit behind the flames or whether he should sit in them. And when you hesitate in that moment, you're going to get capitalized. Gafolo has just got 0 chance. I mean, even if he gets 2 kills, it's not going to be enough because you've got the main split and a third player up in heaven. It's just going to be a save from Artie out. There's nothing. Gafolo is going to attempt his very best. That FAMAS gets the first. Drop and Cold Zero can fight together. Nothing. Red Canids will be able to get up to 11. And Sharks, they are getting seriously desperate now.
Number 7 denied. 11 instead for the Red Canids, and honestly, this looks like a map 3.
Definitely does.
Red Canids have not conceded one in this second half. Sharks go from the receiving end of a system collapse to now the other opposing force doing it unto them. There's just no way forward for the Sharks, it seems.
They're just losing too many gunfights, aren't they? I mean, you look at even the numbers being posted. Everyone's on single digits outside of Koala. Out there towards ramp, it's a 1-for-1 trade. The AWP gets nothing. Cowers on the outside gets an easy couple because the AWP is pressured and they're trying to rotate around. They're just not hitting the shots that they should be landing. It means that Red Canids can just steamroll their second half of Nuke.
Another buy up here for the Sharks. desperate for this force up to turn in to success. Cowes leading them towards the outside. Top fragger in server right now. Losing Venom Zero as Doc takes him. A bit of a quiet spell over the course of this map. He was hitting some very good shots in the opening few rounds, but only 8, including that just one just right there against Venom Zero. Set towards outside for more contact to replace. Red Cannons have access towards Secret. The bomb is known to the Sharks. It's dropped in the open.
They've got really good space. They've got players at the back of Team Red, one down at Secret. Ponta, that's unlucky. You're out there towards the open vent corner. You haven't seen anything top main. You haven't seen anything out there in heaven. Nothing towards Mustang. You feel that you've got a really good timing to basically win the round by yourself. And as soon as you start walking out, that Hut player, the A-side anchor, just starts moving and overextends the line.
Angelo catches Cold Zero off guard. He drops next, AK of Cowes, a launch-side drop, also getting a couple picks back to return, makes it a bit more manageable. It was a 5v2, but now 3v1 as Koala gets dropped. Cowes with 1 pick, the HE of Koala will deal with him from range, but coming up, won't use the 1 AK, actually Koala doesn't get to the second one in time. But survival on Nuke for the Sharks for now, but just for now.
Now, Red Canids even picked quite a bit of Nuke. Look at their map pool. They've played just over 20 best of 3s in the last 3 months on HLTV, and Mirage and Nuke is their #1 and their #2. So even though we know that Nuke is a very good local map for the sides of the Sharks, and we know that they've got a really good winning streak on it as of late, it's not surprising that Red Canids have got a good foundation on this T side. Venom Zero out here towards Hut. You've got the door player. Very light on the outside this time around from Cowes, not having mass teammates around him.
Utility at the ready for the CT side line on their defensive as Red Cannons will take their movements up and outside. Smoke's on, the red box cross, no information picked up by the Sharks there. You've RDN on the lower corridors defensive as the rest of the CTs continue to hold upper and A. And ramp control, of course, for Koala.
Not a huge amount of time here from the Red Canids, so they need to start getting a move on to either faking the top site lean and going ramp or just committing to the top exec completely. Gafolo's got an incendiary now. If it is a top site lean and that incendiary goes down, it's probably going to have to be a cancel and drive those T-side players into ramp instead.
Zera starts off with the kill count. Angelo can take 1 back. The bomb's going to drop in towards the vent, but RDN is ready to receive it and drop him. I think he saw Cowes as well. Back will be turned, all timing. For Master Koala has now detected he's lost his life. 10 seconds. Cowes still goes down, and RDN continues his spray. The transfer on a 3K. And with that, we're game on Nuke once again.
And this is where Sharks just need to start getting into a little bit of a flow state at the moment. You've got yourself a position where the AWP could not have been any better placed than out there towards heaven. Players are coming out a door. It's an easy opening pick. You know exactly what's going on. Because there's so much contention on that top site, you drive the T's into the vent. And then for RDN, he probably didn't even need to get all of those kills. With how low the time was going to be and with how quick that ramp rotation was, there was no way that that bomb was going to get picked up, go out towards the single door and get planted. And Red Canids might have to take a tactical because this is now turning into a couple of rounds in a row and could be more from Sharks.
Koala. Zero spray does damage to the second man. We're getting the first. Ponta can just about trade him at 13 points of health, though he's extremely low. Angelo can't hit his shot. RDN's backed up. on the bomb side defensive. Flashbangs inbound. Doc's going to deal with the player in secret. Hitting his shots once again. RDN comes up with nothing, and coldzera takes down Doc the same. He's so low, as is Ponta. Angelo, if he can swap to an automatic weapon, this becomes a very doable retake. But close quarters against Ponta. Is he expecting this man to be so close? Yes, he is. Checks him. Sharp back. 2v2 now. AK upgrade. Look towards the rafters, but no. Drops him. And Gafolo, they get baited into that position. coldzera not watching, not visualized. Follow swings out in the open, sees his contact, gets his kill, but where's Cold? Did he make noise? Not 100% certain. Taps it, looks towards double, looks towards dark. coldzera swings and he gets his headshots. And now he starts fragging the all-important frag that gets red cannons on map points.
And all it takes is a highlight from coldzera on a rifle to realize and to rectify that he's a stronger rifler than he is at AWPA. And that's an insane round from him. A really good opening kill down there on the lower bomb site. Great transfer to the rotation out towards the vent player of Calwes that got caught in secret. And just rotates down. Doc gets caught after that first. And then low HP, try and play the time. It's still it's a difficult kill to hit. And he makes it look so damn easy. And unfortunately for the Sharks, I mean, knowing that this could very much well be your last round of Nuke, you'd at least like to have a decent buy. You'd at least like to have M4s out for everybody, but instead you're working with a scout for Angelo, a couple of MP9s, a FAMAS, light util. That's an awful investment.
Need some major moments out of these individuals, out of this squad, if they want to try and answer back to the red canids.
And just noting that we've gone 0 from 4 in the first half and 0 from 5 in the second. We might sit here and say, Jay, oh, yeah, but it's only the pistol rounds that have been lost that have led to that. Yeah, but that's still 9 rounds. And that's still 9 unanswered beginning starts of the first half and the second half. To get to 12 doesn't feel that difficult when you've already got 9 from there.
The canids. Four chances to take us to a third map. Something we didn't think feasible at the start of Nuke, given how well Sharks had performed on Mirage, given how dire cannons had looked at the end of it. But this second half has been something to behold. The 5-round streak to set them up. Sharks has bounced back, not going for long enough. Their own pick in the series may still fall by the wayside. Last chance to into OT. Flash forward. Doc starts things off.
Doc is not falling down towards Secret, though. He knows on a weakened buy state that he could be on for more. And I like the mindset there. Rather than just falling back and playing the man advantage, you know that we've still got MP9s. So I need to sit here and I need to really deliver in this position.
And that M4's had a lot of impact. Now it's up to the FAMAS, the Scout, and those aforementioned 2 MP9s. One of which is on the upper bomb site. Gafolo with the FAMAS of RDN. Scout on the outside. Wala playing inside of ramp in case they do go from lobby towards that B side. 23 seconds though. If they're going to go, they have to go right now.
It has to be A and it has to be contact. Gafolo is pretty much in a position where he can end this all round by himself.
15 seconds. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. The 10 seconds marker is going to be the man going down. Venomzera, coldzera, all picked up by Gafolo and Angelo, who hold their positions and hold Sharks in this game.
There's 2 real good chances to close. Maybe 1 good chance and 1 average chance. There's going to be a full eco here. It shouldn't see much investment in round 22. Round 23 is going to be the good buy. I mean, they're forcing here. This is a tough call, especially without a tactical. I kind of like that they're forcing without the tac because it doesn't give the moment for Sharks to reset and come up with a game plan for the next round.
The they're going quick. Koala's SMG better not get overwhelmed real quick, and indeed he does. Ponza to credited with the kill. Angelo struggling to stabilize the spray towards one man. RDN and Doc are on the scene. Lost all manners of map control. Doc can only take one pick out of it. The SMG from range, the MP9 busting through and not getting anything. Venom Zero just took 2 outs. Angelo and Gafolo down a man. Red Cannons pick up the pace. Sharks were not waiting. They're not ready for said pace. Angelo desperate to get cold. Zero, and it's not going to happen for him or Gafolo. Red Cannons with a Tech 9 rush by have taken us to a 3rd map.
But Koala, the ramp anchor, just got caught napping there, didn't he? He's got Util out in the open. He doesn't have his weapon drawn. There's no worse feeling as a ramp player when you get rushed and you can't even get a single kill. Red Canids have come in with a pretty good mindset out there on Nuke. I think it was a bit more chaotic and a bit more gimmicky than maybe what we saw out there on Mirage. Definitely a lot quicker. I mean, that T-side Mirage was so slow from them. But they've done everything that's required from them to send this into a decider, to finally get that 3rd map in.
Maybe that pace change is what they needed, right? Like, we talked about how things weren't looking good near the end of that Mirage, but coming into this Nuke, we thought to ourselves, that's not going to be enough. They need to do something different, and, well, that clearly was something very majorly different by comparison between those 2 maps, and now, as much as we didn't expect it, Nuke falls by the wayside of the Sharks. We're going to a 3rd map in this best of 3, and for Canada, it's got to be a great feeling to bounce back like that.
Definitely so. I mean, I said at the start of the best of 3 that Sharks are going to be happy with the veto process with the decider. But if you are the boys over on the Sharks side, if you are Gafolo as the in-game leader, the idea that you haven't lost Nuke in 6 officials in a row and you haven't lost it for about 10 weeks, it's disappointing to lose it in that fashion, where you didn't really show a lot of weight in the gun rounds. They should have been able to put down a lot more. So they won't be happy with how map 2's gone down, and they need to go and really step up the game plan going into map 3.
They've got one final chance to return onto this series victory. Train is the final battleground between Sharks and Red Cannons. One of these 2 teams will be moving forward to the lower consolidation match. The other will be going out for good. We're going to head to a break, set that one up, and come back with Train.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
You when
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Well, against all likelihoods, we are here on the final map of this best of three. Train will decide who is going to be eliminated from the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American qualifier. In spite of how we thought Red Cannons were going to go down in 2-0 fashion, they did bounce back in the second half on Nuke. Looked pretty impressive in doing so, Dweg. How impressive can we expect them to look here on Train?
When it come to Train, I was actually thinking that this could have been a map pick to come through from Sharks. They're a very good Train team. They picked it against Keydstars, and they picked it against 2Game. It's currently their most played map, picked map, I should say, in the pool in terms of the recent few tournaments. So even with how the game's gone so far, I still have a lot of favoritism towards Sharks in this decider, especially with how good some of their wins have been recently. I mean, we're talking about back-to-back 13-4s, 13-6s, 13-1s, 13-7 in there. There is that one loss against the Red Canids, though, only a few days ago, and that will be in the back of Sharks' mind.
Yeah, I want to try so they can return onto that, but they haven't lost it so far here in this competition. The 2Game and Keydstars series both feature this map, and it was pretty proficient and dominant from them, Red Canids. They've also had their dominations over the course of the Pro League qualifier, 13-5 over Odic in their best of three. So don't count them out, especially with their resurgence, but you're still favouring Sharks. I'm still going to go in their direction as well. The Canids are on the T side to kick things off in the pistol. And
out on the other best of three, 2Game were up 11-8 on Train in that second half. 2 rounds from closing in 2-0, and they have choked Jay. It's going to a third mapper, so we still don't know who the winner of this series is going to take on in the next round.
And look forward to those updates as and when they come, although this series looks like it's going to be the first one to finish. Doc is finished in the pistol, drawn out first blood against by Ponta's hands. Now the B here looks to come through. They're going to put the Molotov down towards the Z entrance. Koala is the only man to hold. Seen there towards the Heaven individual. And look down range was only a pixel away from spotting a player beyond that smoke. Bombs now on site and will get planted 5-on-4 for the Red Cannons, although Koala has just taken drop down, so that exposed bomb position can enable a chance for them to turn it back on his head. Sharks will take the man advantage.
I'm not really sure how the plant has gone down. You've got a great flank to come through from Ponta, but it all depends on whether they can stay alive out here near the bomb train.
Koala's chimed in again against Venom Zero. 3 kills to him. He single-handedly brought this round back from the brink. Will he hold on forever? Angelo certainly won't. He's been picked up by Ponta in the bad lines, and the backstab that's coming in. They're exposed towards CTs from all angles. RDN and Koala hold their nerve. Koala with a 4K. The only reason why Sharks will claim their first pistol in this best of 3.
Well, there's no better way than winning your first pistol than to do it in a way that you probably should never have been able to. That's an excellent looking post plant there from Red Canids. You've got 2 players pressed up underneath the little stair out in con. Somehow, the bomb is just not going down safely. It's going down on the side train, so the spam can come in from Koala. It then draws players out in the open. Cold Zero should be in a really good post plant out there in heaven. You've got a wrap coming through deep in CT from Ivy. That round could not have been set up any better from Red Canids, but it was that bomb plant denial. That's what made it uncomfortable.
I don't know why the decision was made to plant towards the side of the train, but that one mistake cost the Red Cannons the start. And think about how much that pistol meant to them in the second half of Nuke. How much has given them a little bit more decency over the course of this series. All 4 pistols prior to this map were taken by the Canids. Trend broken at the hands of the Sharks. Now they can turn up the heat on CT side, but they'll face the Force by first.
For Sharks, they're constantly putting emphasis on re-smoking this T-Con area. They're trying to make it awkward for the default, try and limit how much map control can get gained by free for the Ts. It's a very passive line of engagement, though. Pop Dog is not being contested by the CTs. They have no aggression out towards the Brown Halls, no one close towards Olaf. So they're looking at this anti-force buy round and they're thinking, let's play the range game. And let's give respect of map control.
40 seconds on the clock.
It's a great re-smoke.
Yeah, perfect timing. Red Canids were about to make their way into the outer bomb site, and now Angelo can set up to counter them. Nades coming in, flashes go over. Angelo will spray from range. It's a Doc, excuse me, and sprays from range. Angelo's closer, taking Ponta, swinging back to see 2 more individuals. Not sure who to aim for, so Doc can take 1 back, Drop can take 2. Cold Zero's Deagle takes 1 back out of 3 required in the clutch. He will not get the second man. 2-0 stop Sharks.
And I'm looking at Train, and not just so much from the win rate, Sharks having 7 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months against the Red Canids of 5 wins and 4 losses, but I'm looking at the CT round win percentage, really high from the Red Canids side at 66.3, making it the highest round win percentage out of any map in the pool for them. So I'm thinking about this first half and the potential scoreline they might be able to find to transfer over towards that second. And the Sharks will get a freebie out here in round 3. The best that the Ts can hope for is what? A couple of kills, make it a little bit expensive.
Yeah, best. Ooh. Kills look like that, though. Might provide a little bit of something more here. Angelo's going to grab that M4 quick. And need that if those are the range fights that Ponta's taking. Drop in a similar position as well there towards Ivy. Angelo's going to wait for them. And hold a passive line.
The Red Canids are grouping, which is the right way to play around like this. Yeah, it might not be Tech 9s and P250s and its Deagles. You want the long range, but you also want to be in trading positions. Right now, Sharks are still not bringing too much activity. They are watching Ivy very passively out here from Hell.
Slowly walking up. Canids will have to contest. The smokes continue to come down T-Con to Cold Zero. No access. Angelo fights finally. Kill on 1 and 2. Not quite the 3rd. Eyes are drawn away from that T-Con position, but no action from Cold Zero. Actually, he's starting to act out now. A concern for them. Gafolo does turn back and deal with his main threat. Ponta found by Koala. Drop. Again, can't quite get the 3rd kill, or the 2nd kill rather, in terms of that clutch. Still 2 players alive for the Sharks, though, so Cannons have done a lot of damage. When the rifles come in now, they find themselves with a chance to reset.
Well, you wonder at what point are we going to get an A explosion, get players with the sandwich smoke crossing out on the red train towards the right-hand side and trying to hit that electric position quickly. Because for Red Canids, it was a very slow T-side on Mirage. They had some quicker rounds out on Nuke, but it wasn't a pacey best of 3. Angelo trying to get the pre-smoke in to go for the aggro duel with the AWP towards Pop Dog.
Sits and waits. Shot connects. Venom Zera is down. Incendiary's come up. He tries to face on Drop, but Drop will return fire to a 4 versus 4. And Doc is going to try his luck against Cowers past Tikon. Neither man sees each other. That smoke directly fading. HGs will do some damage, but Doc will still try to spray. Nothing gained of that blindness. While leaning forward, placements everything, Drop, not quite ready for him either. Both players back.
Bit of a misread at the moment. The only A player is just out in the open, so CTs are going to start rotating in, but there's a lack of info. coldzera is hoping for a re-aggro. He's hoping that Pop Dog's going to get retaken by the CT line, and at least they're gambling correctly.
Sharks move to A as Red Cannon start pressing on towards B. There will be no Pop Dog retake, at least not in time for coldzera to shut it down.
Should just be an instant save. They shouldn't even look for exits off of this.
Most likely, like I said, reset potential for Red Cannons here. Bomb Plum will come in for free. Not even using utility to the execution. They will put some Molotovs down now, but took the site dry. Take the round just as dry as well. Sharks not rotating, not going to go to retake positions. Stick around maybe for some exit frags here and there. Grab the AWP in particular for a follow, but certainly not a round win for Sharks. Red Cannons will be on the board.
And we've got to expect a decent fight between both of these teams on Train, because I'm looking at the map pools. Train is the most picked map from Sharks, and then for Red Canids, it's the 3rd most picked map. So both of these teams, on occasion, depending on the opponent, are picking it in. I mean, for the Red Canids, they picked it against Odic, no worries whatsoever. They've actually decided to change their map pool quite a lot when it comes to this individual tournament. They picked Ancient against Flamingo, they picked Mirage against Imperial, they picked Train against Odic. So they're showing that they've got options, that they're not just limited to the same map over and over again. That's a good start on the T side once the guns finally come up. Now for Angelo, it was an aggressive start to the round. He pre-smoked the molly that was going to come in from Tikon, got himself out towards Pop with the AWP. You wonder if that's going to be something that he wants to try and generate in terms of a style. Just always pressurizing, always working an opener.
Canids. Slow to the uptake. We've gone from a slow-paced T side to a fast one and back to a slow one again over the course of this series. And the rifle round, it did work out better for them, but given an opportunity for Sharks to start to press on and try to take map control of the line, the AWP in with a shoulder shot on Drop, and that's enough to get the opening kill for the CT side.
Well, if Drop was there, it tells you that they were lining up util for the top site lane. So that's why they're not over-rotating mass players out towards B. And re-smoke goes down. coldzera trying to entry out there with Venom Zero. There's still another player on B that they don't know about, though.
coldzera's going to check for it, though. Look towards the other side. I haven't heard that drop-off, though. Incendiaries will block them. Venom Zero's wary.
Easy read. I mean, there's no pressure building out here towards the brown halls from heaven down to ramp, so you just stack up mass players towards A.
Doc's giving up his life here. Cowers an impressive shot. 15 seconds. Bomb carriers behind him though. Angelo's good for one pick back. Orp Cold Zero trying to respond. 9 seconds. He does get Angelo. Koala swinging in, baits in the AWP shot, gets his pick back, looks to face on the Pontar, and just with the last bullet of the mag, come up with the kill in 3 seconds to spare.
Well, it certainly wasn't a clean round there from Sharks, but tactically, I'm liking their reads right now. The extension that Angelo had out towards Ivy tells you that they're confident to make solo info moves. And then out there towards B, it's just easy there for Koala. You know that even though there was pressure and there's a 1-for-1, mate, there's nothing coming. There's 30 seconds on the clock and they're not powering me through ramp. They're not trying to overwhelm me from heaven. So it may have gone back and forth with the trades, but they knew that it was going to be the A-site lead.
Venom Zero supported by Cold Zero. The AWP shot baited, the second man seen. Has a ton of info for RDN if he doesn't get the opening kill, but Venom Zero swings into the catch. Though they're down by a man. The pace picks up for the Red Canids. Koala's FAMAS. It's holding. Here's Powers. Come in, swings in with a spray and gets him to a 4 versus 4. Double dips to spot a second player at Olaf. RDN going to try and catch off his backup as Ponta will fall. Cold Zero is the next big concern for that man at main. You're put to face against the rifle individual. Now he's pinned in a corner, trying to bait in the shot to miss. The SMG at close range for Gafolo. Turn back on towards drop. He's now got held contention. The bomb dropped in the open. Koala on the flank. They'll lose Gafolo, but RDN takes drop. And Cold Zero's in a 1 versus 3. It's organized chaos that Sharks are on top of. And they're looking for number 5 on the CT board right here. Cold Zero's got a Glock pulled out against the M4. You got no chance.
Yeah, just getting absolutely farmed. And if you are the Red Canids, they probably need a tactical to realign how they need to work some of these mid-rounds. I mean, let's just remember, that was an opening kill. They had the AWP getting baited out there towards Ivy, but just from pace alone, that Galil got the opening entry towards Hell. Anytime you can control the back lines and you've got an opening kill towards A, you should just be able to crunch. You should be able to overwhelm from T-Con, from Sandwich, from Hell out there towards Camera, and they just can't. You've got the FAMAS that was a bit annoying out there towards Pop. Players in the back on rotation from Spawn doing quite well from RDN. 5-1. I mean, let's just remember, every half was always a positive start, wasn't it? From whether it was Mirage to whether it was Nuke. First half, second half, we were always seeing beginnings of rounds. Now, we finally get a pistol round win from the Sharks, and it's a 5-1 score. It's them that are making an example out of it.
And they're running away with the CT side, much like they did in the last train head-to-head back at that Odyssey Cup event. It was an 8-4 CT side half from Sharks that they started off in that series. And that was with the pistol conversion and eco being won by Red Canids. They don't have that luxury anymore. And you start to get somewhat concerned. Looking at 6-1 right here, potentially 7 and 8. If the rifles go well for them, Andrew's going to make light work of pistol players here. Ponta down. Venom Zero does catch that AWP off. And Dob gets pushed on by Cowards. No one saw that coming. Not even we did. RDN forced to respond towards one player. Cowards still a major threat. Tagged to 25, edge of the smoke. He will get caught and put back down for Sharks' advantage.
Cold Zero might be able to create a pathway towards B. The issue is, drop is so far away. And even on this timing, is being seen at long range. So Cold Zero now just has to try and be a bait. Has to just try and hold for as much time as possible and hope that he doesn't drop on the bomb site.
Koala swings up, wins the fight. Drop was almost at the bomb train. Didn't quite make it in time. Now, once he decides to go for a plant, reveal himself to the CT side. He's heard information. He's spotted one player, but still can't focus down Koala. 11-0 for this individual, by the way. Great opening half, hitting minimum 6 for the Sharks' side. Red Cannon, the tactical finally comes in. They need to find some rifle success. They need it now.
Well, it tells you how poor the trading's been that the B-site anchor is not taking a death. I mean, he was involved in the 1v2 clutch when he was rotating off of B towards connector when they had the 3 stack on A. Anytime you're an anchor, you should not be taking mass amount of deaths because oftentimes it's the A bomb site being hit rather than B, but you should never be on 0 kills or 0 deaths, 2 11 kills. Going into round 8 for Red Canids, I get the vibe that if they don't win right here and right now, they're just going to be done. They're just going to be steamrolled out of this best of 3 in the decider.
Well, disappointing way to bow out as well when you fought so well on Nuke. Again, we had this series written off in 2-0 fashion as soon as they lost Mirage, but the wherewithal to answer back, to respond, to gain a lifeline in this series, only for it to go to waste in such an epically one-sided fashion. The AWP of Angelo supporting Koala, who gets 2 kills out of the Riflers, and they have been swamped in this round right here in what was a must-win for the Canids. There's just nothing being shown.
It's just a moment to talk about that util, because that's very uncommon. So they've smoked mid-brown halls to basically get the AWP up there from heaven and then to jump up on the lip to give yourself a little off angle. Have protection from the util, but also try and give yourself an advantage to look for an opener. That's a real change-up. We've seen almost no activity towards that area of the map. Quite oftenly on the city side, we see brown halls being taken to maintain pop, to slow down the default, but it hasn't been here in this isolated map, at least in the first half. And then the one time it comes, it just obliterates coldzera, venomzera, and Drop.
Might have gone close to the kill on Koala, but still no casualties. I think Cowie's just got spotted as well at Electric. Player in Z ready to receive him. Walks right in with his head turned to the side. Cowers can finally get RDN, but Doc's there for a responsive. Ponta trades him to reveal his own position. 20 seconds to win a 1 versus 4, of which he's already got the first kill for. Follows close. Obviously on no time. Take one down. Will be denied by this AWP. Oh, it's AK, in fact. Angelo will remove him from play. 7-1. Sharks have the half.
And imagine being venomzera. This is a guy that's been a part of the organization for nearly 2 years now, and he's gone through so many different rebuilds, so many different iterations of the roster. coldzera's been here for just over a year. You look at Drop, he's been here for, what, 4 months or so. Cowers and Ponta, they've only been here for about 10 weeks. And you were the only original player that was a part of the Red Canids that was at Pro League a couple of seasons ago in Season 20. And now you're in the qualifier where you're trying to rebuild the roster, you're trying to give yourself that extra push forward, but it's not equating to results. It's not giving yourself that lifeline.
No, not at all. Hero weapon on the half buy for Cowes, desperate to get something back for the Red Canids. Angelo's there, one player slipped past. RDN's been tagged low. Gonna open up an opportunity here for the squad. AK's leaning closely, almost lined up. Gafolo and Koala are traded. Koala's first death of the game. A 3-on-3 situation. It's the AWPs watch and wait for contact, but unpresenting T-side walking. Doc, the face drop to take him. coldzera gets a headshot onto RDN. Angelo, best to save onto the AWP right here. Money's going to be fantastic for Sharks, even with this streak. Damage was done to the T-side, but he can't get alive. Can't get out alive here. 7-2. Finally, a second round for the Red Canids.
Great work from Cowes on the bomb site. I mean, he's the one with the hero AK, and while he was quite aggressive in terms of getting up to the bomb trade and looking for fights, he's not trying to rush them down. He's waiting for the overpeaks, and he has an excellent crosshair placement, awaiting for the back bomb swing. From that point onwards, the Tech-9s just get up close and personal. Even though the pre-aim was there, even though they knew that Drop was tucked out towards Olive, when you're facing Tech-9s at that short-range position, never easy against rifles.
Sharks are going to try to respond with his force up by taking map control away. The walk forward from RDN and the T-Con control access from Anclo's going to realize what's happening. That B is going to be the target. You'll have 3 players to bolster up the defense. Follow. Almost took first contact first up. Utility is inbound. The backstab's coming in. The 4th man will now join the defensive. RDN will be late to the party. 5-7 close. SMG waiting to whacked out towards the default plant position. venomzera credited with the first kill. Drop gets one more. Angelo and Follow getting involved with a couple of picks, but they can't hold on forever. Angelo's AWP into the bad line, shoots down coldzera. That's 1 out of 3 required in the 1v3 clutch. The bomb will be secured. Angelo does not know how close these T-side players are.
He's expecting them to try and press him. Now, this is good discipline from Venom, Zera, and Ponta. They know that there's not a lot of util, so there's probably not going to be an incendiary to force them out into the open. So just sit there and tuck. Just don't really overpeak at all.
Approaching this side with the USP in hand. Ponta, low HP in this context, but Angelo rushes it. Makes noise, gives himself up, and Red Canids now have a way back into this game. A third round with a eco inbound from the Sharks. Seven fire is not a terrible half to concede. It's entirely possible for Red Canids to do that here.
Really poor there from Sharks. That was a perfect read. They knew exactly what was going on. Yeah, you can say the M4 was on the backstab rather than there on B. There's 4 players on that B bomb site with the AWP. That should have just been a shutdown immediately. There should not have even been a way that they could have got the bomb plant in. And they know that they'll be kicking themselves after losing that last round.
What can they do here in the Pop Dog stack? All 5 players are out here. Ponta's watching for now. Backs will be turned. coldzera. The Tech 9 to hold that corner. Oh, the footstep had a drop off. And his presence out here. How many aware of exactly how much? coldzera with 1, Ponta with another. coldzera getting 2 more Tech 9 kills. Anglo only takes 1 player out. That's the AWP that can't get recovered. Round 12, the last CT side of the Sharks in this best of 3. And it will be a bye.
Red Canids are getting closer and closer to trying to at least show that this first half had something behind it. 7-1 to 7-4. It's been a difficult shift. It's not been easy by any stretch. coldzera's got a good spores. He's going to try and see if he can work an opening kill out here towards camera. RDN is not wide enough on the angle, though.
Sharks holding semi-passive positions here across their CT sideline, not pushing in IV and brown holes, not even pushing T-Con in the case of Doc, who's done that rather well to success. Koala backing up on the B bomb site with drop. Working his way towards heaven, he's got Venom Zero right behind him.
And not a lot of movement in terms of info gathering here from the Sharks. Got a minute on the clock and it's pretty stationary. And it might just be because of the lack of util. They're scared about taking map control without flashes, without putting smokes down. I mean, really, you want to drive them into this A lane because your 2 B players have got nothing to block.
Time is of the essence here for Canids. 40 seconds to finalize the execution. Re-smokes on as the HE tries to pop it open. Doc's going to get Cowes. And the M4 of Koala on site with a kill of his own. A second one nearly comes in against Drop. The follow now inbound. Ability being sent towards him. It's Zed. Koala's focusing on that Heaven player. Ponta take damage but get away with a returning frag and access to that B bomb site. Plant will be secured. RDN can't catch the man. HE will do so though. 12 seconds. He runs right into Ponta. Now going to prioritize that bomb plant. Has it been exposed towards the CT side? Yes, as Angelo picks up one. coldzera turns it into a 1v1. Can't grab the bomb though. Time's too far ticked. And the Sharks will have the 4-round advantage. At the turn of the half, it's 8-4 to their favor. Felt like the Canids may have given themselves a lifeline. Now they move to their CT side to try and ensure that it is true. An 8-4 half for Sharks on the start, just like it was on their last train meeting. That ended 16-14 to their favor. Will Red Canids drag it out that far again? We're about to find out. Pistols are live for the final time in this best of 3. As Drop looks to hold the A defensive. You've got Smokes inbound real quick. Ponta moving into the bad line. Seeing now one utility holder. Drop holds back. Gaffolo going to lean forward. They should get the bomb plant in. They're going to set up for a wider retake on the Red Cannon side.
And this backstab is already being watched, and Ponta's now given up the ghost. It is an opening kill, but Tees need space. They'll have to retake this camera control after the smoke.
Push on. Venom Zero is going to get pushed back. 3 players total in as Zed, Venom Zero all the way back in that B bomb site. This might give a chance then to overwhelm Gaffolo, and indeed he's gone down out in the meantime. Cowes getting that pick. RDN finally gets the chase together. Cold Zero with a headshot onto RDN on the defuse. Doc's going to go. They're covered off. They can't escape. Low HP on Cold. Low HP on Cowes. They move forward, but Drop has his teammate covered. They get off the defuse anyway. Koala, can he get the right pick at the right time? He's got one of them, but not the second. The defuse will come through. And Red Canids will have another pistol, 5 out of 6, claimed in the best of 3.
Well, it's the exact same scoreline of what happened in the first half switch of Mirage, and look at how comfortable that was to close that game out. Didn't even really get tested. Now the conversation is that going to transpire again, or are we going to have something slightly different? Great pistol there from Red Canids. I think for the Sharks, unfortunately, they drove so many players into Con to try and deal with Venom Zera, and it just took them too long to finally kill him off. It took them too far away from the bomb train. They will be force buying in round 14, and remember, Sharks haven't been forcing. All of these round 2s, they've just decided to go Glocks or USBs.
This time the Sharks aren't going to force the issue, and Venom Zero is going to shut them down as a result of it. RDN gets a couple of trades back, but needs to prioritize that bomb plant. Gaffolo is going to take space away. 2v3 on the post plant.
They need this kill, and Util is being held. Now there's no chance. Now, do you force again? I would say unlikely. Yes, it's a bomb plant, but it's only 2 casualties. If you could make it a 3rd, maybe even a 4th, I think you keep that pressure up. You try and keep buying down. You keep forcing that reset. I think right here, it's probably not worth going for the reinvest.
I think you might be right there. Scout was brought in by RDN, but they're just going to go with the upgrade pistols instead, so... Bonus weapons. Most definitively an eco round for the Sharks. The Canids making up some breathing room. 2 to the good. This will be the half where they show that they've still got what it takes to win this best of 3.
Gower's getting very aggressive and realizes straight away that there's no aggression coming out of T-Con. Now, there was aggression out towards ramp in the last round. Angelo's trying to show that he's got the bomb out there in the brown halls, but they're going into pop quite quickly.
Smokes on, Cowes in behind Electric, flashbang will keep him blinded. Will they check this corner? Yes, they will. Doc credited with the kill. Ponta takes 2 back before Angelo can trade him. Incendiary inside that smoke, drops ready. A T-Con, but he's not able to get the kick for it. And Cold Zero is overwhelmed by Koala. They don't need 4 buys in these contexts. A 1v3 for Venom Zero. All 3 of the Sharks players that remain are tagged heavily. But he doesn't have faith.
Now, just remember this one round, because this may have been the round that lost Red Canids this entire best of 3. This is the worst outcome to lose on an anti-eco, because you haven't been up against a lot of investment, and your money's not ideal. Yes, Drop's got a bit of cash. Yes, Cowes does as well, but Cold Zero's low. Ponta's low. Venom Zera's going to have to drop an MP9. There's going to be a weakened buy state here, and for the Sharks... you certainly could never have assumed that you were going to get away with a round victory there.
A few tech lines up close and personal can change that narrative in an instant. Now Red Canids have to consider the force buy on first stage loss bonus.
Even the Tech 9 that was out there in T-Con looked free for the M4 that was sitting in Olaf.
But he couldn't get the job done. That leads us to where we are now, Young. Sits. RDN. Trying to get involved first for the Sharks side, unable to do so. bad by incendiaries and utility suppression down towards Ivy. Sharks will back off.
Good cancel. I think the last thing you want to do is start running into the unknown. Through an incendiary, you don't know what's waiting for you on the other side. Don't get too gimmicky. Now, let's just remember, minute 17 on the clock, and all the utils basically disappeared. I mean, you've got a couple of resmokes left. You've got one incendiary. All of that early pressure towards T-Con and the pressure towards Ivy, it's just pummeled util. So, for now, if you are Sharks, you're thinking late round exec, they're not going to have much to block. They're going to have absolutely nothing.
Action from Ponta. Follow doesn't register him. I think he just caught the info. Ponta's going to back up. Fall completely away. The SMG has the range game potential. Cowes does, though, with the M4 in the back. Angelo's going to take down drop. Second player still to worry about towards main. That bomb on the back of the big green gun. Smoked off on their main threat. Cowes pushed in the corner, but Follow is going to go down with Cold Zero scout shot chiming in. Down a 2, down a 1 is the Sharks with another head playing by the sniper. Doc can take an exit frag with the bomb dropped on the A site. He's got no chance of planting it. Red Canids able to respond.
Well, somehow, some way, Cowers just isn't even really taking damage. Considering that he's trapped towards the back of the bomb train, he's being mollied, he's being forced into the cubby corner. He should be sort of burning and taking Jules out in sandwich, in which he's just losing fights. And instead, he just stays alive. He keeps putting damage up. And then you've got Cold Zero in rotation that gets 2 with the scout. Frustration there from Sharks, because that was a pretty good setup round. You didn't have much counter utility against you. Had a lot of players coming out of Pop, a lot of players coming out of T-Cod. Everything was in the right position for the round victory. And instead, this job of closing out this final map looks to be a little bit more difficult than what the naked eye shows.
The Sharks are getting tested again. They've taken a tactical pause to try and recuperate from that. Going to go in around the saved M4, an AWP for Angelo, and an AK for Koala. Mac 10s on 2 others, an all-important stance. And must-win round again for the Sharks camp. Red Canids down by 2, but the gap has been closing. Cowes here, he's ready for T-side contact. Angelo doesn't hit his shots.
And now you just got to reset from this point onwards. Try and take Pop with 4. Seems a little bit extreme. Gafolo out here towards T-Con is just consistently being smoked off. Now Cowes is waiting to see if there's a little boost up. Now Ponta in the previous round went for that info play deep at Ivy, and he's doing it again.
Sharks starting to regroup back at the Brown Halls. No Ivy presence to receive. These for the T-side line. Smoke start coming down. Block off Zed. Molotov the site. Venom Zero good for one of those picks, not the second of them. RDN trading, and Cow is going to get caught, but RDN caught a little bit too far forward. Cold Zero hits that shot, but not the second man.
Watch out for the late lurk, Jay. You've got Gafolo getting here with a freebie.
Oh, drop. Easy pickings of that Mac 10. And the backstab of that Famar suddenly looking a little bit more weak, and Angelo's checking for it, but tunnel visioned towards Pop Dog. He does start to fall away, but he's still looking the wrong direction. Ponta, he's wary of what's coming his direction. Angelo backs up towards heaven as Cold Zero starts to escape, and that backstab can only look for exit frags now. Gafolo's going to deal with Cold, or going to try to do so. Gets him. Free AWP. Not that he needs it. His teammate already has one, but he'll keep it away from the CT side. Sharks now put the money hut on the Cadids.
Well, we're just going back and forth with forced by steals, and unfortunately, it's always the CT side that loses out, isn't it? And especially when you invest in a big green, you're now in a position where, well, I don't really know what your options are. You're 7-10 down, you're double eco on pretty much the worst buy state possible. You've tried Ivy Lurks already. You could try Brown Hall's aggression or pop aggression. Otherwise, try and gamble somewhere. This is going to test the in-game leader. This is going to test Drop to make a really uncomfortable call. And if you're Sharks, you just know, win this round. We win this best of 3. We wrap this up quickly. We send it towards the next best of 3 where it looks like we're taking on 9Z. So let's finish it right here and right now. We've had chances to force against the anti-force buy and sort of end the wars early, but it hasn't quite been achieved just yet.
And the Red Cannon's playbook may just read the prayer of Hail Mary, because that's what you're going to need. Scout, 2 SMGs, 1 FAMAS and a Deagle. Some attempts at wallbang tags to the Brown Halls will not go anywhere. Cowes starts moving. RDN backs it towards Pop Dog. This could be a perfect chance for the Cannons to strike, but RDN checks it. Tagged up slightly, fights on Drop. Drop can take him. Secondary AK of Koala gets the man advantage back, but Ponta returns to a 3-on-3 out of Tikon. 14 points of health though. Koala's hunting and 19 kills deep. He's having a hell of a series. Continues to be a thorn in the side of the Red Canids.
And now for Venom's Era, you give yourself a tidy off angle, but you've got to hope that Cold Zero can get one. You've got to hope that this scout out here from Hell can do some damage and try and stay alive. 50 seconds on the clock. CTs are separated. And the Sharks, this is great control. I mean, Gafolo's now seeing the player out towards Brown Halls. Venom's Era's got 2 players to deal with. He gets caught repositioning. A Cold Zero might as well just save. There's no point even going for this with the scout.
His playbook reads Hail Mary. So he's going to Hail Mary this retake, it seems. No save call. USP will get close to the Gafolo. Doesn't seem like Gafolo's going to check it. No, he looks the right way. Catches him off. Miracles will not happen today. It seems 11-7 Sharks closing in on the win. Red Canids on the second of the double eco rounds with no real buy potential. If you're forcing for a miracle, and at this stage, it might just be best to try the overtime play. You'll need 5 in a row for the Canids, because the Sharks should be seeing this through. They should be up 12-7 now.
It's a good call not to be forcing here. That would have been ludicrous. Sharks are bringing a bit more pace in this round, going fast into Brown Halls, in towards the pop control. And for the Red Canids, you're not looking for exit damage. What you're looking for is 1 kill to save an AK. That would be ideal.
Doc leans up. Ponta. Flashbang to try to set his teammates up. Bomb plan will be secured. Flash forward doesn't catch Dog, but Gafolo has him on lock anyway. Angelo also chimes in. Barely any damage done to the Sharks there, which really sums up this map in totality. 12-7. Map match point for the Sharks. Elimination point for Red Canids, who take their 3rd and final tactical timeout. This bye and the streak that will need to follow it will be their day of do or die.
And we know Drop was able to post 15 kills on map 1, 20 kills on map 2. Highest rated player for the Red Canids on train in the last 3 months. But he is 8-14 going into round 20. And I guess as an in-game leader, responsibility always needs to be taken when you're down by score lines or when losses come in. But when you're an in-game leader that frags to the level that he does, when you put yourself in a lot more of those star positions, you put yourself in those more active roles, you can't afford to be 8-14. That is an underperformance by quite a stretch.
Koala. Early damage done towards him. Slight start up for Canids camp, but nothing that will lead to a round victory, which is really what they're hunting for at the moment. They are in desperate need of success. It's a slow uptake, as per usual. Sharks play their cards rather close to their chest.
Well, you've got to expect Ponta to eventually, at some point in the round, re-aggress Ivy. I'm looking at the idea of the lack of util, no AWP. Someone needs to make an extension, and that's what we've seen in their playbook in previous gun rounds. And Cowes and Drop just jiggling off of one another. Another re-smoke goes down there towards T-Con. The Sharks have got no worries whatsoever with running this clock. There's still 45 seconds to work with, and they've got so much util for site execs.
Good counter smokes on the CT side. HEs will try and return some damage. Doc will take none of it. Make a bit of noise though. That'll give some info up to Cowes, but the real headlines will be over on that B bomb site. Execution inbound. Venom Zero and Cold Zero on the defensive line. You've also got a third man. Ponta rotating in. Good kill for Venom. Second one comes in as well. The follower Koala are down. RDN trades 1 and 2. Goes back to return. Angelo needs support from Doc, who's rotating it the long way round. Players making up some space. Angelo with a kill. Cowes trades it and doubles up. And that is survival for Canids, 1 out of 5.
Well, for Red Canids, they read the round correctly. You've got yourself your anchor that's playing a little bit further back up on the rafter near the oil train. You've got a player on the backside, and then you've got a rotation in from Con. So really, there's 3 defenders on there on B before the exec has even come in. And that's always a helping hand. I mean, Venom Zera, he's had a tough series. He's a player that I don't particularly know a huge amount about. He's a guy that has had very limited pro experience at the higher end of the tiers. And it's a guy that has not delivered much on map 1 or map 2, and even here on map 3. However, that was a good hold from him. That was a multi-frag where he wasted a lot of time and put up quite a decent amount of chunk of damage.
Look at Doc here. Cat RDN with the opening kill on Ponta. The back lines being contested at Ivy. Orb shots missing. Doc's tank damage. Coldera's caught RDN. Flanks inbound. Players hugging corners. Drop going to try and counter flank to flank. Angelo picks up his pick and Doc strikes to the headshot. Down to 2 men. But look at Cowes right here. He's waiting for the round-winning play. He may well need it, but it's such open space. And not enough T-side players in his sights! Koala turns around, Cowes is caught, and Venom Zera is done. As are the Red Canids, who are eliminated from the ESL Pro League South America qualifier.
Well done to Sharks. They got tested quite a bit, and when we consider their opening 2 games against Keydstars in 2 games was very comfortable. Their series against Legacy, they should have at least been able to push to a final map decider. They weren't able to do so. They've come into this series against Red Canids, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-0. Looks like it's all being shaped up for success. They end up getting pushed towards a third. All that can really be said was that it was a good Mirage and it was a good train by them. Good score lines in the first half, easy closures in the second. And for the Red Canids, I think they'll be disappointed after at least taking a map off of Imperial, getting over Odic to go into this decider and really not show a huge amount of quality at all.
No, and it's like you look at the whole second map, right, and you think that that's the resurgence point for the Red Canids side. Also, that position on that nuke, you think, okay, they got an opportunity, but just overall on train, even though it was a late game resurgence in that second half, it's still in the overall was a very disappointing showing, I have to say. So it should have been a lot better. I think they're going to go back to the drawing board and figure things out, although I will say that Sharks, they look on form today at the very, very least. Koala, definitely my MVP pick. Top fragger in all 3 maps. And a lot of scary situations that Sharks could have to, or the teams facing Sharks may have to deal with in that next round.
And it does tell you that you can still put numbers up as an anchor. I mean, Koala was playing, what, ramp on the city side of Nuke, and you're playing B on train. You're not in active roles. You're not in positions that you're going to get a lot of gunfights with, but he showed, especially with the start of train, that he could start getting into a real good streak of form individually. And I look for Red Canids. I mean, you've got to remember, this is still a new 4th and 5th player to the roster of Cowes, of Ponta. They've only been here for a few weeks. It's probably time that could be extended until results need to be coming from them. I think it's just a bit of a disappointment to get into a top 6 placement and not be able to push on for another round of the lower bracket.
Well, I'll have some time to bed back in as they look towards that Circuito event in about a month's time. I'd imagine there might be something else coming up that I have to start focusing on. But for the Red Cannons for now, I mean, look, it's bowing out of the Pro League qualifier. They had a decent run, but Sharks trying to put themselves as the front runners of the lower bracket at the very least. The question is, can they get through one of the last hurdles to take on either Imperial or Legacy? We're waiting on the result from that 9Z2 game matchup. That's currently going into the second half of that third map. 10-2 right now to the 9Z side, so looks like they might be able to take it, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll be back in about an hour's time for our lower bracket finals here in the ESL Pro League South America qualifier.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
And I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh. You're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. Yeah. 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 Ooh. Everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Can't take it no more. Won't take it no more. Can't take it no more.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
go to broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. guess this sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. Just
As he turns it, nice headshot.
And welcome back to the ESL Pro League South American Qualifiers. It's the last match of the B stream for our qualifier series. And we're going to find out who's going to be the victors of the lower bracket overall. Sharks and 9Z won their respective games against 2Game and Red Cannons. We covered that Red Cannons matchup earlier on the B stream. The main stream, it saw 9Z counteract the choke of the 2Game side. Now they stand to attention to try and make their way in with the final spot up for grabs in the ESL Pro League. Still hanging in the balance, Twig.
Well, I think 9Z are hanging in because, man, they can't win a map pick. This is now 3 best of 3s back-to-back in which they keep losing map picks, and you almost makes you wonder, surely if that happens again in this match, you're just done. Like, there's just no way that can continue throughout the bracket.
Well, I will say that Sharks is obviously a pretty major step up by comparison to 2Game. So if you're 9Z, you want to break that trend here and now rather than let it carry on. Obviously, with both of those respective series, we saw opponents winning out their opponents' map picks. So it can bounce back from 9Z. They've already proven it once so far. And in general, in this head-to-head history, they have had the one-up over the Sharks side. Although maybe recent history has tested that a little bit more. So map veto's the way. We're going to see Ancient. We're going to see Train. We're going to see Nuke up in this series.
Ancient is a strange one. And we know that both teams pick a lot of Nuke, so no surprise that we get that as a decider. But because it's not being picked in, it means that we need to go a slightly different avenue. Now, the Train pick makes a hell of a lot of sense. I think Train is really solid from Sharks. I think it's one of their best maps in the pool. The Ancient one, I look at from 9Z, they really rarely pick Ancient. It's not a map that they go into. So we're getting some diversity in terms of the map pool today, but I always get the vibe that when you go into your 5th best of 3 in the tournament, it almost doesn't matter what maps are being played. We're getting a good judgment from map to map, from series to series, on just where both of these teams sit at the current moment of time.
Well, where do these two teams sit in the current moment of time, Dwayne? Because you're giving criticisms to both, you've given praise towards both. For Sharks, obviously coming off the back of their series, looked very, very confident during their lower bracket match. We didn't get to see too much of 9Z and how they composed themselves against the 2Game side, but there was a point where we were talking about them potentially losing in a 0-2 fashion.
Yeah, the way that I look at 9Z is that they are a dead team walking. We spoke about it on the broadcast yesterday. It's now been 6 days ago that the announcement came in. Martinez and Adam S, they're going, and there's 2 other players coming in. So for that reason, the pressure is off them, but I still don't think that they're going to go on a mad run. I don't see it happening where you can qualify right towards the Pro League itself. So I think their tournament run is going to get ended right here and right now. I think Sharks is going to get the one up over 9Z.
Yeah, honestly, I can kind of see the same sort of scenario. Last head-to-head saw them take a 2-0 series over the 9Z camp, and I imagine they're probably not going to see a 2-0 in terms of this particular series, but I can see some victories going the way of the Sharks camp. They're on the CT side start for Ancient, our first map in this best of 3. The Pistols are live very quickly. RDN is already trying to receive Martinez and deal with him out towards CT spawn. Adam S, good to trade it back to a 4 versus 4. Koala can only close into the back line. Pins his Doc's now going to hold down the side defensive on his lonesome. Good for one man, but he's lost his teammates in transition to a 3-on-2 now for the 9Z side. Bomb still pinned out towards CT spawn. Angelo going to take down Hasso Peak. Lucan can follow it through, and Doc is now alone in a 1v2. Needs to get his kill against Max first up, but caught on a reload, gives the Glock the kill and the pistol to 9Z.
And we were talking pretty much the entirety to the start of that last best of 3 that Sharks are doing really well in pistols. They've won 10, lost 2. They went 1 for 6 in pistols versus the Red Canids earlier on today. And now they've just lost another pistol. I think that's changing completely. I don't see them winning many pistol rounds in this best of 3.
Well, if we are going to use that last series as a perfect example as to how the Sharks can perform against that, look, they did do really well, the 13-6 on that first map on Mirage against the Red Canids. Two pistols lost out there for 4 rounds total of the backup, so they're still looking as confident as they did. So, chances to answer back, but not taken here in this 4th spy round. Players committing out towards lane, and RDN and Cafolo have been dropped in an instant.
So just to bring up the numbers, we've seen 17 best of 3s in the last 3 months for 9Z. We get Nuke being picked 8 times, Dust 2 at 7, and then Ancient at 2. So very rarely do we get Ancient picks from them, but I guess in this isolated series, with the idea they're on a little bit of run of form of Ancient, they've got a little bit of a streak building, but they've only played it once in the tournament, and that was against Odic. Now they've dealt with the anti-force buy round fairly easily, came to a fairly heavy lane take. Out from shelf, they dealt with all the cave players. Yeah, there might still be a stack on B, but I don't see these pistols doing anything on the upgrades.
5-7 of Angelo trying to get 1 pick out of it, but Lucan says otherwise. Could be a 3-0 start for the 9Z camp at the very least. The Sharks forced into that second round, something they were not too keen to do during the course of that last series. They were happy to play the eco and go towards the early rifles. But here and now, that is not the case. Only upgrades for the eco. 9Z should have a pretty solid start here.
No connections between the Sharks organization and the players and 9Z. No ex-teammates going up against one another. No players that once played on the previous organization. So we're going into some new territory outside of the head-to-heads. The eco pistols have done a little bit of threat out here in mid to start the round, but they're not quite intent on keep fighting. They're quite happy to get the open up and then just fall back to safety.
We'll have just 1 player down on the 9Z side. Sharks try and get some Red Room access, but they don't stick around for too long. They decide to go back to that gamble on the beat. And nobody's there to receive it. 9Z are going to walk right into A. Plant will come down. And that 1 pick on Max may well be the only thing they get out of this one for Sharks. Can't even get the rifle out of it. Well, I guess maybe there's a world in which they could. I mean, as long as no one extends out towards mid at this juncture, they can get to his corpse that was dropped there at Tetris. But the longer they leave it, the less likely it happens.
Just knowing that, I suppose that Angelo might feel a bit uncomfortable when it comes to Ancient. This is the newer player that's joined up with the Sharks side. He's not played this map very much. This is one of his least played in the pool. They haven't played it at all in this tournament bracket. So for that reason, you think that, well, maybe like an Inferno, a Train especially, the Nuke, the maps that they've been playing a little bit more, that he can understand the system, understand the calling. Let's see what he's going to be like on Ancient. Now, Koala's been able to hold on to that AK, and RDM will just look at the upgraded Mac 10 and say, look, I might be able to get an exit frag. That'll be $600 for a kill bonus. That will really help out our economy and might even be able to upgrade it towards a Galil against Hasso Peak.
Cash bonus. At the very least, with that frag, can isolate Lucan as well, take him down. So getting a hell of a lot more out of the rounds. Third pick against Martinez. Rifle sent flying. And Martinez goes down with the bomb. So very expensive round there for the 9Z side. Sharks, nice chance to strike back with a reset opportunity against the rifle rebuy. The AWP is in for Martinez. But there is hundreds of dollars for the most part across the T-side savings.
And it gives you a vibe of just how long these cores have been going for between Sharks and 9Z, that you've got a head-to-head that dates back all the way to January of last year. That's 18 months ago. Very rarely do we see that between the cores. Aggro nades down from mid. Max is not receiving much, get a little bit of a TK HE. But across the board, it seems like Sharks are quite happy to use the anti-rush util, but not contain mid, not try and get players up there towards shelf.
Oh, Angelo just sees the elbow of Martinez peeking out. Land that AWP view baffle and takes down one of the high HP players on the 9Z side. Asso Peak was tagged to 14th, that utility at elbow. The bomb on his back and trying to lean in towards A main. Angelo going to try and counter out this red room control. I don't think he's spotted Max. He has now. Another kill for the AWP, a shoulder shot. Asso Peak enters first against RDN, who puts him down. Adam S can get one trade back. Try to put that bomb on the A side, but it'll be a 2v4 post-pront at best.
Adam S has got a molly, so he can put that out towards Brokey. They need fights. They can't afford to sit back here and play defensively on the post.
They produce some damage. They're going to fire onto Angelo. Anon to follow. And a third and a fourth kill. Instantly Lucan adjusting to the triple. Adam S supports it. And that is 9Z somehow bailing themselves out of what should have been an easy Sharks round.
Bloody hell, that is a serious round from Lucan. And we do look at Lucan as one of the more star players, guys that's going to generate quite a lot of impact consistently across their majority of best of threes and tournament placements. But right there, I mean, the crosshair was just perfect on the two players coming out of Temple, and then the transfer to the reverse default individual. Boy, that 2v4 was just over so quickly.
Quickly in for Lucan as well. He's making a statement in his early game. Look at this.
He's feeling
Dock
it.
down, RDN to 44. Yeah, this is already a guy you're going to have to start marking if you're Sharks. You have to neutralize him soon, because that's a threat you don't want to have to deal with throughout the course of this series. RDN looking the wrong way. They push through that smoke. He still gets 2 picks out of it. A triple sequence of his own. Martinez's AWP can trade back. Bomb's been dropped. They know exactly where it is. Rotations are coming in slow because Martinez's AWP is isolated, and the CTs know this.
And you just start getting that feeling that this is going to be a game of X Factor. This is going to be a game of highlights. And Martinez with the AWP is hoping for a timing, hoping to catch one of the repositioning CTs. But right now, there's not a lot of movement. Yeah, the CTs are doubled up towards Donut, but they're not encroaching towards the bomb site just yet. The AWP just wants just one opportunity to force it into a 2v2.
We'll smoke that Donut entrance. He's got quite deep in Donut, so it doesn't affect Angelo here. He's going to wait for that right time to strike. When the bomb tries to cross and plant on the site, Martinez making moves. Angelo takes him. And Lucan, as sick as he's been so far in this map-up, this feels like a bridge too far. 23 seconds for a 1v3. Incendiaries on the bomb. And all 3 players grouped up now. Lucan getting given nothing. No over-aggressive fights, no engagements from the Sharks camp. So this will be the first of the CT side. Might even see him dropping after time if he's unlucky here. Gafolo is sneaking in with that MP9. He gets him, yep, after time casualty, so that hurts the economy even more so for 9Z.
Well, if you're Lucan, you're furious, because not only have you worked an opening pick out there towards Cave, the Donut player has been tagged up. So the comm right there is that we can just contact out A and trade RDN 1-for-1. I don't think tactically they did anything wrong. Yeah, you can say that it was a bit gimmicky that they pushed through the util. They're in positions in which they can trade. The issue is, none of them do. I mean, RDN just gets kill after kill and just somehow stays alive the whole time. And this could be a swing of momentum because the buyback looks quite awkward and for Sharks. And this is now the campaign. That was a very good round to come through from RDN.
Indeed it was. Dead on their 4th spike, carrying forward the Khalil's at best. Angelo missed AWP shot. M4 of Koala steps up though. Triple found for him as he has his own individual X Factor sequence, and he's one of the guys I'm looking at. If you are going to call this a game of X Factor, He's the front runner for the Sharks side, who is top rated at 1.41 in that series against Red Canids. My MVP pick of that series. 9Z just felt the full force of his power. Lucan, try to take Doc down, at least get one of those rifles out. Any more damage would be lovely from here.
I tell you, we're getting some entertainment early on here on Ancient. And perhaps it's just the map. I mean, I always find that Dust 2 is an example, really slow, not many contacts, same as Mirage. And what we've noticed across the majority of these South American teams, they've been very slow on their T sides. They've been very methodical, whereas with Ancient, it's just one of those maps that leans a little bit quicker with where you can take map control towards lane, getting yourself into Donut, into lurks towards Red Room. It's just a map that generates a little bit more of that acceleration. So for that reason, I think we're getting contacts a bit earlier, and we're getting definitely more spray downs than what we've seen previously. And this is shaping up to be an excellent lower bracket game.
I hope it carries on like this for the whole best of 3 series, because the last one on the B stream, so I want a good one.
Counter-terrorists win.
Not quite as good for 9Z in general across their economy state. Lucan held on to that M4 into this round, so should be the second of the double eco rounds in general for the bi-state. No force around us. This looks to be him trying to more protect this weapon into the true rifle buy. And try and look in for a pick in ahead of the elbow smoke. Meanwhile, Adames and Max working up towards lane. The V-side access via Cheetah. Doc is ready to receive on the other side of that smoke.
So the problem with putting the M4 in a hero position on the boost up in elbow is that Sharks have never taken mid. They're never getting players down aggressively mid up towards shelf. So you can scale and you can contact. But I get the feeling that you would get more damage out of him towards that B-site area, out towards the doors, working a play out towards a cave, or even out on the ramp control. They're packing a grouping, and this is where you start getting quite baity, don't you? You get all the Glocks to basically be the distraction, be the front runners, and hope to use the M4 to get the trade frags.
Well, I'm going to group up and try that for the site take. A site pretty opened up here as a result of the CT presence towards mid. Fights against Koala. Work well for Lucan. Second man for Upon. The pistols will provide pressure to RDN. Hasselpeak goes down. Adames will drop to the USP. Bomb plant bonus has been secured. The pistol players continue to push on to the man. He gets another 3K out of that defensive. Lucan now taking names out of the picture. 2v2. Angelo Zorb reducing him to 1. Backing away from the bomb site, gets his kill in. 1v1. Angelo dropping everything towards his M4 will get the final pick of the round. Still, 3 kills for Lucan, so he's bolstered his cash basis alongside the cash injection with the bomb plant for 9Z. And another 4 casualty round for the Sharks. So, and they're outputting so much with so little here. And this applies to both sides.
Bit cheeky there from Lucan. I think from the naked eye, it makes a lot of sense for him to tuck, for him to get out there towards the big box and try and play time. The issue is you want to try and get the jump on your opposition player because you're on low HP. And I think him giving himself a little bit of an off angle may have created more of an opportunity than if he was just to try and play time completely with the cover. So I like what he's done there. I mean, he's being very creative and he's dangerous. This is a player that is going to make a hell of a lot of rounds won across this entire best of 3.
Doc on the Shark side. Martinez strikes first for the 9Z camp. RDN is picked up. Doc goes down as well to the man. Blind fire, wallbang spray against Cafolo, and the Sharks have other threats to deal with. Martinez, one of the rumored outbound players on the 9Z camp. Now Hasselpeak gets involved towards A, dismantling stuff from 9Z. Only 35 seconds into the round, and it's over.
And what I would love right now is for 9Z to not only win this game, but win this entire qualifier to keep the hopes alive for the players that are on their way out. Because it does happen. Like, don't get me wrong. That whole rumor, it's definitely on. It's definitely legitimate. However, results change outcomes of transfers. And I'll say that if they go on to beat the likes of a Legacy and an Imperial and qualify to Pro League, I think the chances of the two of Martinez and Adames staying is probably quite likely.
The last second call. Refund the deal, quick. Especially with how deadly these two players are looking here. Martinez on 6, Adamas on 5. Martinez obviously with the triple sequence in the previous round. Now up to the AWP. His efforts forcing tactical timeouts to come in from the Sharks side. Money's lopsided. They go for a buy up here. We'll have weaknesses in the weapon sets. Seeing a deagle out for Angelo, and that might be the basic extent of the whole buy.
I will say that the tournament placements have been quite consistent from 9Z in the last few months. I mean, they've had, what, a second place at the Fire League LAN. They had a top 8 at CCT, another top 8 in Thunderpick, and then they were able to win the last Thunderpick event. They come here and they guarantee top 4. They try and press on to top 3. What we're noticing is that these guys don't seem to go out of tournaments early. They're never getting upset. They're never being pushed out in a last place finish. So it's a positive sign for the core and a positive sign for the organization that they can kind of go on. I mean, for Sharks, I think we've seen some last place exits from them. We saw it most recently when they were invited into the quarters of Thunderpick, when they got invited to the round of 16 of CCT. Yeah, there's some LAN wins in there, and there's definitely more LAN events attended recently. But I just feel that 9Z are a bit more threatening in those deeper tournament runs than what Sharks are.
Well, time for the Sharks to prove it wrong. Especially against what we said before, Max. Make easy work of these pistols. Here's an eco once again with upgrades. At best, bottom file will be secured. I'm seeing whether Max will lose his AK with an isolated pick pack from all these players that are here in main. Here's it coming. Awkward spray against RDN. Thought that was going to be a pretty easy pick, but isolated 1v1 duels. They're giving a chance to all bum rush him around the corner. Does come together with a couple of kills, but he does fall soon enough. Don't think the teams are going to let the follow get away with this weapon though. Yeah, he'll go down.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where you go, Mr. Observer, can we just look at someone else? Just for a sec there. Just for a small moment. Yeah, that was a bit awkward there for Max, but it is just about holding on. 6-3. This has been a good T-side. This has been a very layered approach to the default in which they seem to always be working picks early. It doesn't matter if they're going out elbow or they've got mass players in lane. They're getting opening contacts within the first 45 seconds, and they're quite frequently getting these 5v4s.
Fast plays into the B bomb site. Follows good to mow down Adam S. Needs his teammate to get back up here. Indeed, Doc extends towards 2. Triple deny. Follow gets a double instead. Martinez is all alone. As quickly as this round started, it is ending. Sharks shutting down the 9Z rush.
Great work from the anchor. And it's always difficult on Ancient when you're being rushed because you need to be able to get yourself in a good position, but you also need to try and use as much counter util as possible. And Gafolo just shows exactly how it's done. Good reposition. Notice how he's looking at the floor, trying to play anti-flash, try and not get caught blinded completely. And then even for your other teammate of Doc, for him to realize that I need to come out and establish a crossfire, but I need to wait for contact to be established first. If I just wide swing on the cave entrance, I'm just a goner. So let me get towards the entrance, let me wait for Gafolo to be able to realign, and then as soon as he can pull distraction, that's when I can swing out and everyone's looking the other way. And that's textbook on how to hold a bomb site against a quick rush.
Gives Sharks a chance to deny 9Z's half advantage. And as well, if they want to extend down, they should be able to grab a handful of these AKs here. Already one's in the hand, Doc. Just wary of what Martinez might do. They don't have the information that he's rotated back. He was completely silent. Eventually they will go up to those AKs, so 2 in the hands of Gafolo and Doc. 1 more for RDM when he's ready. They just jump in to try and see if they can bait that order to make a mistake, but not going to happen.
Counter-terrorists win.
Tend to realise that he's not there. They grab that 3rd AK. So a lot of CT firepower now to go into the last couple of rounds of the half with.
And this has got to be the perfect moment for Sharks. I mean, I think back to the previous series that they had what, 8-4s, map 1, map 3. When they led by example, they were able to close the second half down quickly. Now they're being tested out here quite a lot on Ancient. And I think RDN can hold his hat up high with what he was able to do on that A defense to at least edge themselves along. But it's a lack of consistency. That's what they've got to try and do. Get towards 6-6. RDN gets caught in timing. Max was very close to working an opener.
Didn't quite have the full angle to get the full amount of damage. The right idea with the utility usage, those when I get to those common hiding corners that the Sharks can take, but doesn't land any more against RDN. HE placement follows. Well timed, but not as accurate as they'd like it to be. Lucan did that exact same spam down as Martinez had in an earlier round. And Doc fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Martinez seeing the second man jump facing up there. The back of the long entrance. No further picks offered up by the Sharks, though.
Just lovely map control from 9Z. They've got all of Cave, they've got an elbow lurk and an A main lurk, so it creates options. You can A split through Donut, you can smoke off Donut, try and target Red Room. You could also put mid util down and go towards a B exec. 50 seconds on the clock. It's a real unknown situation from Sharks.
Angelo's holding. Sent up on shot for Martinez. Angelo is down. Now they look onto the A bomb site. And the plant should be secured. And the Sharks, remaining 3 players of the Sharks, probably best to hold on to their weapons from here because they're not finding a retake on this site. T-side weapons are a lot harder to replace going into the last round of the half.
And I find it comical that the early games that we casted on day one, we were noticing a lot of missed util. We were noticing boneheaded plays. I mean, Cold Zero is a prime example of what we saw in that last best of 3. Notice how tight this game has been. Both teams are playing some really good Counter-Strike right now. And you expect that when the bracket continues, don't you? As you start eliminating more teams and there's more pressure on the deep lower bracket run, you do have to be sensible. You do have to play some really structured Counter-Strike in order to get the edge over the other. I mean, right there, the flash around the corner, turn the donut player away, have the AWP posted. It's just textbook Counter-Strike, and it's clean.
Well, speaking of clean, so I love the edge for Lucan. And a second man goes down. Koala's on 3 points of health. He's dead. No save weapons for the Sharks. Going to have to reinvest everything into the final round of the half.
And 9Z have got themselves a really strong T-side. Even the hunts, I mean, there's been very few times in which Sharks players have been able to hold on to whatever they're trying to save. You go into round 12 with basically a miracle being needed. This might be where they have to go aggressive through Cave or through Ramp. We haven't seen Ramp aggression from them at all so far in the half.
Wow, look at the nades on the CT side. Dog's already on 39 points of health. RDN caught some of that noise as well. Those are the two of the 3 riflers that Sharks can afford into this round being mitigated in an instant. Counting util did, of course, keep 9Z at base. They won't be extending out of elbow anytime soon. The smoke has started to clear, though, so Max will take that part of the map. Meanwhile, Adam S just tapped the head of Gafolo.
What can you even do there? You're jiggling Cave with util out and you just get domed. You're not even trying to create a fight. The sharpness is certainly on display. The 9Z have got all of mid. They've got mass players outside of lane. There's a little bit of a gamble stack with the rifles out here on B, but they've only got 1 smoke left now that re-smoke is down towards ramp, and there's still so much time on the clock.
Re-smoke for Doc. Going to put that down towards ramp, counter out the utility inbound for the 9Z side. Couldn't block that first smoke though. AK in for Adam S, traded back by Max, who takes both those players down. Now Doc having to hide inside the smoke. Let that bomb go back towards the T-side line. Hasso peek. Denied. Doc goes in, but Lucan's watching it. Koala shut down by the AWP. It's an 8-4 T-side for 9Z, leading the charge on map 1 of this best of 3.
The sky is not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought this sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
4 rounds for the good on the 9Z start up. The first half has gone swimmingly for them, and now they move to the CT side of their pick of Ancient Sharks. Have certainly been tested by the individual prowess, and they're going to send all their forces in to try and challenge the 9Z side. Head-on fight, fire with fire, and come out burning bright.
And it's nice to see that it's turned into a bit of an individual game from both the first half and now even with the pistol in the second. I don't think tactically Sharks played poorly at all. It wasn't as if they were giving up freebies or making rookie errors. They were just losing some serious gunfights to some sharp-hitting players. I mean, Lucan in particular is 16-4. I reckon he drops 30 out here on Ancient. With how he's being played and depending on how many rounds get played out, he could be in a position to do so.
He finds that frag on Koala. One exit, and that'll be the best of it. The Sharks, a pistol win, which has been so rare for them over the course of the day.
Terrorists win.
In this case, all theirs for their 5th round. Will 9Z try and force a buyback? Looks like it. Lucan's got a FAMAS, and SOB's got an MP9.
Now for Lucan, you've got to wonder what he's going to do in terms of baiting teammates to get as much out of this FAMAS as possible. The Sharks, mate, they're expecting a force buy. It tells you that because then no one's going down to an SMG. Everyone is going into rifles straight away into round 14.
They've done their homework, and they've even read what the default's going to look like for RDN. Cheese on the forward contact player at elbow. Potential, the rifle will strike onto Lucan. Flashbang forward against the Galil of Gafolo, who will trade back on Hassopeak. Adam S is still a threat. Not that much of one here, down on 5-on-3. Sharks can start flanking him inbound from the A bomb site. He's 5-7 at lane against Galil. Doesn't quite get the shot he's looking for. He does some decent damage as Koala struggles, but does come up with that pick in the end. So looks to be a bit of a clean ending round here for the Sharks.
We've definitely had some one-sided scorelines from the Sharks. The 13-6s, the 13-4s, the even 13-8 that they closed down against Red Canids. I don't get the feeling on Ancient that we're going to have a one-sided scoreline in either direction. I think this is just already shaping up for one of those 13-11s, OT kind of matchups, because there just hasn't been much that separated the two. A pistol gets converted, anti-force buy gets converted, anti-eco's not going to be up against a lot because you've only got Max and Martinez that's saving onto 2, and even for that, with the ramp players that are coming in and the 2 players out to spawn, you expect Max to go down.
Terrorists win.
He's the only man that stays in for 9Z. Sharks close this gap to a single round to the good on 9Z's part. And this T side will start to threaten the game once again. It might have seemed like 9Z were in the majority of control for that first half, but it only takes a pistol and a couple of conversions for that to convert back into an even stance. Seeing what kind of damage Max and Adam S, the two upgrade pistols, can try and do here, although in this kind of context, we're not expecting much of it.
And the more that we're seeing in terms of the good Counter-Strike, decent team play, strong sharpness, the more belief there is that there might be an upset in that lower bracket game versus the loser of Imperial and Legacy. I'm not saying that it will happen, and certainly not saying that it's a favorite to happen, but just a might. I think that's what all about this lower bracket game is to watch, is could there be a threat in the next round?
To overwhelm Koala here with their pistol stacks. RDN's going to try and ensure the rifle does not fall into CT hands. Only Galil though, so it's not like they're going to sweat too much about the loss of that particular weapon. If they do go hunting, then you're probably looking at them still being able to take these players down. However, Martinez on 2 points of health, Max and Hasso on 20 or so. Adam S without Kevlar, so you're really not looking at much more out of this round from 9Z.
And all you need to do is just scour over HLTV to know that Iberian Soul, the ex-Spanish Movistar Koi roster, currently playing at a UK LAN tournament with Smuya as a stand-in because they don't have an AWPer at the moment. And if Martinez is on his way out, then you put 2 and 2 together. If he is going to go, it's quite obvious where he's going to go.
Well, it wouldn't make sense in terms of the nationalities and such.
And that they're all ex-teammates.
That too, yeah. Equally so, they're ex-teammates. So
yeah!
It didn't work out in the past. Why would it work out in the future? I mean, maybe Martinez has learned a little something being in the South American divisions. I guess you could make that argument, but, you know, it depends on which side of the coin you flip.
Yeah, sometimes it's great to go home, and then other times you think, nah, I don't want to go back.
That's how I feel about the UK scene. Sharks. Oh, look at that point-blank fight from Hasso peeking Adam S. Getting RDN to drop first and foremost. Adam S damn it, lost that fight. Lucan will lose his fight to the B bomb site. Max is still here though. Swing in from Angelo, who's so ready to receive. The Sharks clean, house clear, all angles. Follows going to hold back to try to deal with Hasso peek. Martinez is still there. Noise being made by that M4, giving Martinez a chance to shoot him down. So 3 on 3, but they've already called in the save. They're already backing up, and I think they're going to stick to their guns.
Just beat him by pace completely. I mean, Lucan, you almost get the feeling from just how he's playing. Man, he thought that was comfortable in the rotation. He goes, right, I'm going from Red Room, I'm going out there towards shore, I can have util pulled. And then he gets caught. He's trying to tuck into the corner, he's trying to pull the M4 back out, but it's way too late, mate. You needed your rifle drawn then. Caught napping. And when you consider that Sharks lost the opening casualty, they just brute forced entries out there on B.
Terrorists win.
Sharks are going to give us the game now. 4 rounds in a row for them. Gap closed all the way. 9Z challenged in mid by RDN and Follow. They're doing an extremely good job at finding these picks. 2-for-1 trades. Aware of that player in a pin. Martinez got several to find. I thought he landed that flick to a collateral, but not to be. Just to find the forward man to fall. Max trades it to a 2-on-2 as Koala drops. The bomb will now back away from Elbow and start playing in towards the A bomb site. Max will hear these footsteps. But he's a little bit too late. Rotation's called in from Lucan back here. Max Molotov out of position, would have been hurt on that tag. Angelo will put the bomb down.
Doc is in a really strong position, but he's been struggling with the numbers. 6 and 11, he needs to step up in this post plant because he's got to deal with Brokey, CT, and the donut run out.
Checks Platt, does damage, but does get returned on by Doc, and Angelo's still playing hidden. Not for the AK in this context, though. He still finds the fight on Max, wins it out in the end. Now it's all Lucan. Top frag about having some dry spells here and there in this map. Not able to find his man. No key in play either. He's found one there towards Donar, but he's already starting to rotate back. He's out of time anyway.
Just get the AWP.
Grab an AK, grab the AWP. There's plenty of weapons there in mid. He's got his pick of the litter. Got to find Angelo first, and actually he gets the kill. So it doesn't even matter which weapon's taken. It will not be the one. It will not be anyone that you can carry over.
This is just so quick from Sharks. I mean, we know that it was pacey in the first half from 9Z, but not to this level. I mean, this is just holding W at this point. I mean, we're getting players running up through lane, out there to elbow, and they are getting beaten by pace right now. They are struggling to adapt. This is a lethal-looking T-side. And if you're 9Z, if you're the head coach a bit, you're thinking, what do we need to do? Martinez is doing well with some of this, what we call shotgun AWPing, up close and personal, where you've just got to hit some really quick shots. More anti-rush util, maybe more defensive on the CT line, maybe try and retake map control in the mid to late rounds rather than contest it early. And they have not won a single CT round in this second half.
Will the Sharks be on to take another opponent's map pick? Will 9Z be on to lose their map pick once again? You mentioned it before we got started, and something to concern yourself about, and certainly not something you want to see in this late stage in the tournament. Martinez and Adam S working together in mid, red trying to fight onto the one man down there at top of mid, but 3 players total to receive, and there's just damage going back and forth. Martinez on half, Doc on 79. Let's slow it up on the Sharks.
Now, the red smoke went in later than the donut smoke, so that will clear first, and they can start putting some emphasis towards the A split. Adam S is just holding. Now, he's only heard one with that util, and no one's on A directly to help out Hasso Peak. He is alone with this MP9.
War on 2 fronts coming his way. Fights against Koala, but nothing's gained. Adam S trades it back to a 4-on-4. Plant secured by Angelo. And a retake trying to get set up by 9Z. Not in the best of positions, though. The HP advantage sits with Sharks. They're still forming up. Any pick that goes the way of the T side, and they might already send the round out of favor of 9Z. But it's a kind of situation where they kind of have to go for it. Koala bursting through onto Lukin, doing his damage, but Lukin gets the kill. That might send them in.
Oh, they don't look keen on it, do they? They look really hesitant. They look like they're just setting up for exits for me.
And looking forward now, and Max Fun loses his life. 2 players combined to deal with Lukin, and now Adam S starts falling back. So tentative throughout the course of that entire retake and exit frag attempt, whatever you want to call it. As Martinez will drop, the AWP will go with him. It's 10 on the board of the Sharks. Adam's getting hunted here. Dark finds him. No one stays alive. The Sharks busting into life on the T side.
Well, I've been, I would say, quite tempered, Jay, but I'm going to rip it now. That was maybe one of the poorest in-game lead calls I've seen all game. What is going on there from Max? How are you calling a hesitated retake? You're either going for it or you're not. I realise you're searching for an opportunity and Lucan gets it out there towards A main, but you can see they weren't keen on it. They weren't in positions to commit. And then what ends up happening? You get a kill from A main, you go for it, and you end up just losing everything. So much gets caught on the hunt.
Follow an RDN, quick pickings. Hasso Peak trying to respond back with a couple of SMG picks, but doesn't work out for him in the mid-fight. Half buy in general for the 9Z camp, and it's going about as well as half buy seemed to go today. Sharks at 11 on their board. Lucan and Martinez do manage to isolate Dogs. They're turning it back into a 2v2. Number of rifles they can pick up if they want to decide to go for it, but they stick with their current weapons and back up towards rotating into A, trying to go for a retake or at least some more damage. At this point, you are looking for a steal, though. Damage is irrelevant with the money that Sharks have.
Really good positions being held in AA main because they've got a molly and they've got a couple of flashes. Now, Angelo just needs to not face. Now, he knows that this is a half-buy round, so the likelihood of a kit is very low. So if they tap the bomb, it's got to be a tap. There's no way they're going to be sticking 10 seconds.
Big flank from Koala in the meantime. Angelo sees Martinez. Bomb tapped the second time. They're both going to engage him. Angelo knows he's won the round from here. Koala closes the last. And the Sharks continue to stack on these rounds. 2 more to go to the win.
I just can't see how Sharks do not win Ancient. They look unbelievable right now on this T side. They've got everything going for them. They've got the readability of the rounds. They're entering kills quite easily. They're closing post plants down without even sweating it. And I don't think from a tactical perspective, even if you adapt, even if you change too much, you're in your own head now. You're just losing gunfights too easily. I mean, Lucan was up. Well, he was 16-4 going into the pistol round. He got an exit kill, making him 17-4. He's now 19-10. So we've seen, what, a couple of kills in 8 rounds. That's a long drought where your star player who brought everything in the first half.
No one stepping up to take his place. No backing there for 9Z to fall back upon. So the Sharks happy to take them and do with them as they wish. The tentative nature of their retakes made me think the 9Z may already be mentally checked out of this map. That's a concerning point to make. Might be true though. Lucan and Dot go 1 for 1. Dot makes it 2 for 1. Adam S in the back of the site. They still get a kill alongside Hasso peeking from short. Double up, triple not quite found. Koala versus Martinez in his 1v1 clutch.
And knows that it's an AWP versus a rifle up. Now Koala's still got the protection of that deep CT smoke, so he's going to hug it and get close behind it.
Is the AWP ready for him to be extended? It seems like he might consider it. Shoulder scene, Koala takes a spray. A 3K and all, and a 12-8 map point from the Sharks. 8 rounds in a row in this half. This has been unbelievable from them.
This has been a great showing. And even out there for 9Z, I'm not really sure what else you can do on B. All the anchors are doing everything. They're all playing off of each other. They're just not winning duels. Even when it goes to even advantages, it feels that they just don't have the quality to close the round down. Fast, RDN out towards mid, opening kill, or just about gets it against Adam S. And now they can start running A.
Martinez, SMG, desperate to get a couple kills out of it. It does get 1 and almost a second, but over 1 with the rifle firepower. Now the CT start picking up some rifles of their own. AK in the hands of Max. Look at his backstab here. The T's are being stalled out, setting up the utility. So Hassopeak and Luke are just going to wait for Max to close in the pincers. He's going to get at least 1 of the back lines. He's checked for, gets 1 pick back. Meanwhile, Hassopeak strikes on Doc. Max is dealt with. Koala has the bomb, and he's running the big old marathon back to the B site. Or is he?
Think about it from Koala's perspective. It's 12-8. I don't even think he needs to win this clutch. As long as he drops 1 more player, the buy's going to look awful in the next round. And Sharks have got money to just keep buying. So from Koala's mindset, it's one of those win-win situations. You can limit what happens in the next round, or you can close it right here. Now, the CTs are going to separate slightly. Lucan's going to search out in elbow. Hassopeak is going to jiggle out there from shelf. Now, when contact gets established, Hassopeak really shouldn't commit to the duel. He should only commit to the contact of info.
They're searching on their respective bomb sites now. Koala won't be 100% aware of Hassopeak's angles. Smoke and flash in his pouch if he needs it. Making noise now. That should call in the rotations. Smoke at cave. Plant open on the bomb site. Hassopeak is going to wait for backup to get here. Koala's revealed himself towards ramp though, so that's more information to work with. He thinks they might both be back on the A side, but he might be thinking wrong. The push forward of Hassopeak may catch him with his back turned. From Arsene, takes the fight, loses it. Diffuse tapped once by Lucan, but Hassopeak has the kit right here. Flashbang sent. The rifle's going to watch. Hassopeak's in the open. Koala's not peeking. Koala's not peeking. And that's a lifeline gained by 9Z. He can't get that 4th pick as you were looking for. Lucan ending his frag drought with a big set that will keep his team in the game.
Now, the unfortunate nature there is because Martinez dropped in all of that chaos, they didn't have anyone that's really an AWPer. So in that 2v1, you don't want to go back towards A main and pick up the big green. So because of that, you're only working with rifles. Martinez, in a really important gun round, is not going to have that AWP to his disposal.
2-1-2 splits. 9Z's set up on the defense. Sharks CT is involved towards this B-bomb site. Doc's got a line up, and they both go down. Adam S and Max having no idea what hit them until it was far too late.
It looked as if they were trying to get a boost up on the box, but the timing is just awful. And Lucan might even be the third. Yeah, can't give it to him, Doc.
The doctor will see you now. His diagnosis, a map loss. Another map pick loss for the 9Z camp, in fact. The issue metastasizes and becomes another major concern for their campaign. One that Sharks will be happy to chomp down upon. Hasso Peak and Martinez. 2v4 for an impossible retake with impossible weapons. And the AK is bearing down upon them. Koala with his kill. Martinez finally gets a strike back, but he's being backstabbed. He's being held against. He's being stalled out. Can get Koala released with his AK, but now RDN will close him. 13-9. The Sharks have map 1. Ancient 9Z's map pick.
Definitely an issue for 9Z. This is 4 best of 3s in a row in which they've lost their map pick in a single tournament. That's, I would say, unheard of. That might happen in 2 series. A third might be pushing it. 4 in a row is ridiculous. And we're talking about a team that have got a winning streak on Ancient of 4 maps in a row. It gets ended today after what I would say was a very good first half performance. It looked clean. Tactically, they looked on the money. Lucan was providing some real good impact. They just went into the second half and they weren't giving freebies away. They weren't making big mistakes. They were just getting outclassed and out-aimed. And it wasn't even close. That second half was just a pumping.
They were getting outclassed and out-aimed, I think, inside of their own heads at the exact same time. I'm thinking back to that one round, that 4-on-4, where it was like, well, they should be setting up for the retake, but they're taking too long. Their hearts weren't in it. They weren't, you know, fully committing to it. You were saying that exit frag times, and it's like, well, then they do start to push forward. At that point, the teams are already set up. It's just like, man, that became so messy in the second half. And it's another one of those situations where we look at the way things have played out in terms of how this opening map is worked up, and suddenly you lose a lot of faith for 9Z and the rest of the best of 3.
Yeah, you do, and it probably shows that from an in-game leading perspective, Max was just stressed. He was just struggling to call when you feel nervous. And it does happen in MR12. You get yourself a big lead, you start choking, you use tacticals, you try and adapt, but the game just goes away from you. And Ancient's not typically one of those maps that you can steamroll on the T side, but when Shark started showing us the first few gun rounds, you could just tell the game was done. You could have that feeling inside of you that it was over already. So for 9Z, this is going to be very difficult for them to bounce back in the series because that was one hell of a showing.
And as well as that, you're going to move into the Sharks pick of Train, which is a map that both teams played in the earlier best of 3s in the lower bracket today. It was a 13-11 win for 9Z against 2 game, but a 13-8 pretty good showing against Red Canids from the Sharks side. So for me, this has 2-0 written all over it. Will it be the reality? We'll find out after this break. once again, 9Z will concede their map pick after a gruesome battle in the first half of Ancient. It was a gruesome bloodbath for Sharks in the second. Now they move towards Train. Their pick in the series looked impressive against Red Canids. Can't say the same for 9Z against 2Game, though.
No, and for the 9Z organization, they just don't play a lot of Train. I know that they've been able to be completely undefeated since it came into the pool, but I have to look at what I've seen from both of these teams recently, and for 9Z, we're looking at a 13-11 that happened in the last best-of-3 series versus the Sharks that have been consistently dominant on this map for 3 best-of-3s in a row. I don't think there's much hope here for 9Z to try and force this into a decider.
No, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. And even going back beyond the 3-map winning streak they've got, I mean, before the loss to Red Canids, they were also getting 13-6s, 13-1s, 13-7s. You know, it's been a very, very good map for them. So I'm backing the Sharks right to the hilt. Max has already struck for 9Z, though. They're on the CT side, which is where, if you are going to see a turnaround from 9Z, it'll be right here and now. Dot with one trade, but Lucan right back on with the advantage. Koala could swing in for a double. I thought it was just a drive-by against Max, but Lucan also drops to the Glock headshot. 2v2 now. Adam S backstab against the low HP Koala, who still swings for a triple. Another quick headshot. Now Hasopig is at the disadvantage.
Oh no, it's collapsing completely. It was such a good setup. CTs all around the red train, out there towards T-Con, had themselves a 4 versus 2. It looked to be a done deal. And now Hasopig does not know where to go. Now, if you're Sharks, as long as you're packing, there should be no way that you can lose this 2v1. The HP differential of 29 versus 2, it is going to be a miracle of a clutch here for Hasopig.
They'll pack and move together with the bomb on the back of Koala. Hasopig sat back at Hell. But they're not going A side. B is the target, so he's going to have to concede this plant. No Kevlar, no kit, no util, and 29 HP for a retake. This is impossible.
Now, Gafolo's not used any util. They are contacting their way out B. Now, the benefit here is that you've got util for the post plant, so you can pretty much use a smoke down there towards connector if you like, but it's going to be the molly for bomb. It has to be the molly for bomb.
No need to hold the side, just wait for the bomb tap. And Hasopig with a 10-second stick. At that point, it would be round over.
It's impossible already.
Yeah. Can't get the site in time. Protocols are in place for Sharks. Koala will play distraction. Hasopig goes down. 4 kills for Koala, who is having a field day on this map and just in general over the course of the day here.
Yeah, he's had an incredible tournament run. I mean, I have a look at who your top players are in the tournament. It's obvious that you're going to look at guys from the Legacy organization, from the Imperial organization, but in terms of him being an anchor, he is putting up ridiculous stats. And I have it in front of me right here, averaging a 1.31 rating in the event, making him the 2nd highest rated player of the tournament, only behind Try. So this is an anchor that's played 226 rounds, positive 47 KD difference. That's impressive. And right there, he showed that not only can he be an impactful man, but he can be a player that's going to make a difference to winning a round.
The difference in the last series as well. Again, Sharks versus Red Canids, top fragger in all 3 maps. For the Sharks side, it was Koala. 1.83 on that train as well on his rating. Just 6 stuff in general, and yeah, what a way to start off in the pistol. What a way for Sharks to continue to apply the pressure. Because at this point, the streak don't end, right? Like they had the 8 rounds in a row, and the second half of the last one denied by a single diffuse on that 12-9 scoreline, plus the 1 that they just took at the end of it. So 10 out of the last 11 rounds being won by Sharks across this series. That's quite the amount.
Well, I'm just looking now. This is Koala's 2nd best tournament of the entire year. The only one that's been better in terms of an average rating was the group stage that they played in that most recent Certico event. So the idea that this is a Pro League qualifier and it's your 2nd best event of the year, I think we've got a bit of a threat on our hands here against the top dog favorites.
Sharks in the driver's seat in the early portions of this map. I've been hoping to keep it that way as well, with the eco basis that will not get resisted. 4-5 alive for the Sharks camp, 2-0 start, 9Z on the bye.
And this, for 9Z, could very well be the last time that we see this full 5 together. So if it is the case that that happens, if that's what the nature of the business is going to be, then go out with a bang. Go out with a competitive best-of-3 series where you give a fight back towards a strong-looking Shark side. You don't want a deflated end. There's nothing worse than ending on a poor, sour note. And the first gun round might just give us a little bit of judgment. Finally, we're getting Martinez up on the big green.
Open hand and ready to fight. And we'll need to fight well hard for this team because they need some options. They need to find someone to become a star. Lucan was for patches over the course of that last map. Everybody else rating red on the 9Z camp, including Martinez.
For me, tactically, I don't think they need a star player. What they need is individuals to consistently make sure that they're working openers, not giving away easy kills. Because I think that's what was happening in the second half of Ancient, wasn't it? There was just free kills. Players were just getting out-aimed. They were just losing too much map space. And with how Train plays out, you're going to have different pressure points, whether it be out there towards T-Con, out towards sort of that Pop Dog and Electric area, and then out to B. They just need all of them as a team to be able to hit back as hard. Because if you just start losing fights early on, that's when you're just going to get clotheslined and you're not going to be able to hold a competitiveness in the first half.
And maybe that's the reason why 9Z are making these changes, because they believe they can find that stability in other elements.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one of those things where sometimes you have these rising players that do get a little bit inconsistent. I mean, Martinez, even in that last map, had those 3K sequences, the wall bangs through towards the B-bomb site, and never truly held that across an entire map. There were just moments. And Adam S in a similar position, actually bottom frags, but still found a couple of impactful frags again on the B lane on the T side.
I think it's very difficult for any squad, especially with how VRS affects the core rank. And I've spoken to a lot of teams over the last couple of months, and especially the European ones have kind of said, look, we've held away from making changes because our VRS isn't strong enough. And I'm looking at a lot of these South American teams that are sort of outside of the top 50, 60, 70 kind of marker. If you're making changes, it's because it's desperate. It's because you need it. You need to ramp up. I mean, we've got, what, a couple more months until we start getting the VRS qualifications to the major. So you sort of use that player break, the beginning of the second half of the season, to try and make upgrades, try and see if you can push on. Imperial's already done that. Legacy hasn't. But yet, Imperial made the major, didn't really do a lot. Legacy probably could have gone on to make the playoffs. They were doing so well at the major.
I'm very excited to see how those changes have affected the Imperial side, currently going to blows with Legacy and leading in their series over on the A stream. Stay with us on Channel B, because this one has all the stakes. Loser is eliminated, and right now 9Z counting down the seconds to the end of their tournament campaign. Sharks. Mac 10 in for the follow. Lil's on 2 others. AK's on Doc and Koala here. Lucan. A man to try and contest Pop Dog. One of 3 players that have gotten a kill so far on the 9Z side. Is he going to get 2 more? Dig in with his teammate. Both go down. Hasso Peak does find 1 trade, but that's as far as it will go for him. 4v3 for the Sharks.
We were having a good chuckle about Koala just not taking any deaths out there on the CT side the last train. He's now 7-0 on the T side. And Martinez is stuck. He's not getting much help from the bomb site train player at all from Adam S. And this is up to him to try and stay alive and at least get a shot off. The trade should be here for Doc. He gets that help from Adam S on the spam.
2v2. RDN challenging 1 of Max in towards Pop. Now follows Mac 10. Let's get to reaggress through this smoke to try and grab the bomb, and range game fights with a rifle if he can find one. Or could play the big old flank where Adam S Max would be at the disadvantage. Both players low HP. But he's got to go through Zed. He's got to get down Adam S. He's not got time to go for a big wrap.
Now, he can upgrade the M4 if the timing's right against Adam S. The timing looks good, so he can do it. But now it's completely unknown against Max. You've got no idea where his repos to.
Last position known was Pop Dog. He ain't there anymore, but if I'm in the open, he's going to see him and still adjust. Follows too good. The Sharks are too good.
It's just Koala getting the spray transfer of 2. And then you see that in the 1v2 clutch. Individually, they're just better. That's all that can be said. From map 1 and map 2, we've seen more X Factor, haven't we? We've seen more quality in the individuals creating magic. And that's something that doesn't come from tactics, doesn't come from protocols. It just is created. And right there, they are just on the ball today.
Mental stuff. Sharks. Continuing to put the heart up against the 9Z boys. Gafolo involved in the clutch and now involved in the opening frag. Martinez down, Lucan on 1, Adam S on 14. Asso Peak going to try and extend against him, just seeing that smoke. Gafelo's going to get him. Now his teammate have got to chime in for a little bit of his own star moments. 15 HP between Lucan and Adam S. There's no way anything more happens. And Lucan knows it.
And 9Z need a little bit more than just targeting the economy because they're not really getting many kills between the team as it is anyway. So you're not going to disrupt much, even if it is a couple of kills on this anti-eco. Lucan on 1, Adam S on 14. And this next gun round might have to be backed up with a tactical timeout because they cannot afford to go 0-6 down.
I think at that point you start calling the series. Can forgive this round somewhat for the lack of investment, but the rifles are inbounds. For the max loss bonus, you need to find something.
If you were being really cheeky, you could call it already. Sometimes the eye test tells you a lot more than what a scoreline does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
I'd actually say in modern day Counter-Strike, the scoreline tells you a lot less than pretty much any other piece of information you can get from Counter-Strike.
You can just always have an inkling. You can always have a vibe. With what we saw of pure decimation in the second half of Ancient, and then pretty much the exact same thing with a bit of X Factor here in the second map, it's going to be a very tough fight for 9Z to hold weight in this first half, let alone take this map to send it to a decider.
Sharks. And their default to playing this one, the careful style. 9Z also just as careful, passive in terms of their engagement angles, just hoping that the teams will make their moves into their crosshairs and they can get the picks as appropriate. Asso Peak is suffering for that exchange out towards Ivy. So he repositions on several CT players. Max is getting away from the E-box. Looking down upon Pop Dog, and there's no real utility available for them to flash him in. I think actually Buffalo's going to pick some of it up and try to get them in general into the bomb site.
Cities are really struggling to hold on to util late into the round. Max is in a little bit of an off angle, but he's already being baited. They give themselves a lurk smoke for just a moment. They can pop through that. Lucan needs to do damage out here at Sandwich.
Max fully blinded. Lucan and Hasso Peak get those kills in first. Lucan dipping in for a little bit more and doubles up on the dock. Angelo trade. Max swings forward with Martinez drawing attention with his AWP kill. And that is a very good round for the 9Z side that may restore a little bit of confidence in themselves.
Well, Sharks might think that we need to change the pace slightly. They've had some good changes, especially on Ancient when it came to those quicker accelerated moves. That was a real passive round. And it's an instant tactical off of the back of that. So that might be, okay, we need to pressurize Pop and Brown Hall's a little bit quicker in the round. We need something out towards Ivy. And let's see what the change-up is going to be after calling in the coach.
Well, Sharks still hold the lead in spite of the tactical called in. 9Z have got a couple of AKs to play with, so a little bit of bonus firepower in this next rifle round, because to rebuy, as you would expect from the Sharks side, money's still pretty decent. One plant bonus, enough damage may enable another buy from them. Sharks. Have a look, see what they have changed, what 9Z can adjust against as well. Martinez and Adam S are set towards that B bomb side. Max can support in the back. Yorpa will try and lean in with the M4 as appropriate, but nothing seen there because the T side hit coming in early this time. Koala with the first pick. Lukin trades it, back lines of the bomb train to try and deal with Doc, but Doc gets him. Max returns to a 3-on-3, but Adam S is low. Martinez got tagged. RDN is hunting for his contact, hunting for a trade. Max gets tagged low and falls back to Adam S position to regroup. Bond's close to train, but has some time before it needs to plant.
They're all holding each other's cross. You've got Gafolo watching camera, RDN focusing con, and then the other teammate that's sitting out there with the AWP just posted towards Pop. They're waiting for a mistake. They're waiting for a reposition from the CT line. Max can try and force some util to make it uncomfortable, but this is real good patience.
RDN's going to cross. Max swings forward, shoulder bait to spot the bomb. Most certainly confirm it. Smokes as well towards the main, so Martinez will start to make up some room. RDN gets caught looking the wrong way. Max takes out the mess, however. 2v2 by virtue of the TK miscoordination from the 9Z side. They've dropped the bomb for now. It stalls out the Sharks.
But now they're getting a bit deeper out here towards Connector, and Gafolo's got a good timing against this MP9. Max is being forced back, so know that they can plant open, and but this is just done now. Max has got nothing that he can play with in the clutch.
Angelo baiting in that AWP, the AWP battle going his way. Let's upgrade to the M4, try and play the range game. One missed shot from Angelo allows Max a bit more breathing room, but they're just going to pack in towards T-Con. Even if Angelo goes down here, which he will, is he going to expect Gafolo to be in the same position? He's checking red train right now. Goes to the bomb, taps it, holds it. 5 seconds on the stick. Gafolo got a swing. Gets him just in time. Tick longer, and it would have been a 9Z round, but it's a 5th for Sharks instead.
And when I compare how Sharks played in that series against Red Canids and the one that they're playing right now, they've just locked in. And I think we see that oftentimes of playing up to your opponent, but going deeper into tournaments, you notice that quality is only going to be exponential. And we're seeing it tactically. I mean, that was lovely. I always love when you get a freeze in a 3v3 where they're just waiting for a mistake, they're not being pressured. Even in that 2v1, it's just so calm. And when I see that level of CS being displayed at a calm level, I have no faith in the opposition at all.
Sharks are in control. 9Z losing more faith by the round here. Lukin's at least struck first in this one. Koala's been tagged up. Look at the extension from Doctor. No one sees that coming. Martinez at least kept the man advantage extended. They will lose control of the A bomb site, and now they lose that advantage as Angelo and Gafolo get it back towards the Sharks side. Individual fights that 9Z ran right into. At least Martinez is trying to generate some sort of impact that might keep this round afloat. Adam S needs to move in and set the retake with no kits on either CT player as well. Doc's going to hold. Gafolo's going to wait. Wary of their main position where Adam S snuck towards, but that's not the entry he's going to enter the bomb site from. Leaning in for Doc. Doc is ready to adjust. HE down on HP, but Martinez means that HP won't matter, and the timer with no kit means that there's no chance that he does much more than an exit frag. 6 on the board of the Sharks.
Terrorists win.
And it's the same repeating story across these rounds.
I think Max has just lost his head with how the team was playing in the second half of Ancient. I look at this CT round. Tactically, they just look poor. I don't quite understand how there's a lurk B and a lurk A, and yet it's just undetected. Well, that tells you there's just holes in the defense, isn't there? And that might come just of pressure, just because you're so desperate, you're down in the scoreline, you really try to focus on pressurizing certain areas of the map. But for Koala to be in a position where he can walk out B, for them to get almost a camera before contact comes in, that's crazy. That's mental that that can happen.
Well, 9Z took a tactical timeout, bleeding to a technical one as well. Obviously, they had a chat during the tactical one, but what can you say at this point that would give you the adjustments you need? Because you're right, like, it did look very awfully coordinated from 9Z. It feels like there's been a significant sharp drop-off in their team play quality ever since the switch in the Ancient half. And on top of that, as you also rightfully mentioned earlier, they're just getting out fragged at this point. You've got 3 players on 8 frags over on the Sharks. Meanwhile, on 9Z, Max at 6, Luke and Martinez on 5. And I don't even feel like those numbers really represent the impact that those 3 players have had.
The problem is, the organization of 9Z have just not taken the opportunities when they've come. Like, I look at the second half of Ancient with that 4v3 retake, what could have been at stake there of either full saving or full committing in for the round. I then look at what happened in that 2 versus 1 against Gafolo. And like, we're always going to look on the side of the positives. We're going to look at it from Sharks POV and say, man, like, that's a sick double kill to come through from Koala. It's a really nice 1v2 from Gafolo. But if you're looking at it from the counter, you've just wasted chances. You've given rounds away. I mean, mate, even take the pistol as an example. That's a 4v2.
Yeah, I mean, that's like prime example number 1.
So if you've got 2 of those rounds that can come to your mind easily, and we're only just going into round 8, how are you meant to compete in this map? How are you meant to compete in this best of 3 if you're not taking those opportunities when they come?
I think as well about the opportunities in the series in general, because we always knew Train was going to be a hard time for 9Z just because of Sharks and their composure on it earlier today and how they've handled themselves in general since the map was reintroduced into the pool. And 9Z on the contraire. Gonna wonder if maybe Ancient was their only real way into this series, at least to hold contest in it. Train. Well, you can write it off right here. Some of you may have been writing it off before it got started. I wouldn't blame you. Certainly wouldn't blame you right now either. Orban Martinez saved SMG for Random S, and it's a eco around the big green. This should be another Sharks round unless Martinez does something well and truly special.
And this is one of the very rare cases in which I can understand why players could be checked out. I think normally there's no excuse, but the idea that you're a dead roster walking, yeah, I can get it. Of course I can. A 1 and 6 down with nothing presenting. Timing here does not look good for the Pistols trying to come in towards Pop. Max has done all right for 1, and they've done quite a bit of damage towards Doc and Koala. Hasso Pete needs more, though.
Flash blinded. Orp Martinez to support him. He gets a deagle shot on 1 and a second. I thought he had jumped at the Doc as well. But it gives Gafolo a 1 versus 3 to work happen. Martinez has been seen at the back of the bomb train. Player coming in at Pop Dog as well. Adam has to sneak forward, and Gafolo is going down. So indeed, Martinez does provide a big sequence, assisting his squad mates, taking a couple kills with it and taking a couple rounds for 9Z.
And this is now for Sharks where, okay, you got 1? Right, we're going to answer back straight away. And that was some good shooting out of Martinez. And I think it helps that Hasso Peak stayed alive for as long as he did. I mean, when you're out there towards Electric and you can just sort of tuck, you give real good opportunity to the AWPer at the back of the bomb train to just keep strafing left and right, keep generating more AWP picks.
Max strikes first, Adam S. 3-kill sequence, and that will give you at least a little bit of confidence now for the 9Z cam. You just shut down the force by the Sharks. Tried the pace, it didn't work. It's up to number 3 now on their board.
And for Sharks, this might be a slight moment in the game where you've finally given an opportunity over to the opposition. You now just need to mentally get yourself prepared, know that it's a light and deco here, and get yourself into the next gun round. Don't make this a 6-6 half. Don't give them a bit of a round streak in which they can feel that they can threaten. You still want to be posting 7, even 8 T rounds on this first half.
Easy pickings against the eco for Max. Done farming his stats to 12 kills now.
Counter-terrorists win.
4-5 alive in the 9Z camp. Little momentum building back now with those ecos, but the rifles are back in from the Sharks side as well. You got those AKs, those 2 Galils. Chances to return.
And for 9Z, just knowing that Martinez is starting to get himself into a little bit more impact, I think that's a good sign moving forward for the rest of the map of the series. Now, he's going to have to be a danger. He's going to have to be someone that delivers in both the first half and the second half if they want to try and pull this back. Early anti-rush util out there towards Pop. Very quick for the majority of the T-side players. Not to rush into B, but to take early Brown Hall's control.
Martinez all posted, ready for Gafalo. Sharks. Heart set on the B bomb site. Smokes inbound, Molotov start coming down. 3 defenders total. 4th can also rotate in. Good flash climbing on Adam S. But Lucan, whilst blinded with the pre-fire, gets 2 kills out of it. Koala trades Adam S. and Asso Peak out in the open. And Angelo exploits that with a stunning headshot from the back line. Swings into Adam, and Adam puts him back in his place. 3v2 for the retake.
Yeah, Koala's trying to get out towards that AK now. Because there's a flank, Koala needs to stay alive. If he stays alive, they can win this post.
Oh, he's caught by Adam S. though. Follows now making all the noise. And Martinez can shut him down. All right then, 5 to the 9Z board. The Sharks have been in control right up until this point. This little mini resurgence may give them a second win.
Still a little bit off in terms of the chemistry in that kind of rounds. Lucan does well for the first 2. I'm not a big fan of Hasso Peak being out in the open when Adam B is tucked. I think you either both tuck or you both peak. And they separate between one another. I mean, Adam S does well to find a hell of a shot. I mean, that is basically just on the lip of the bomb train on the headshot towards the default player. But they don't make it easy for themselves. The Koala just knew that I needed to try and stay alive, but players were just encroaching. You've got a player down from ramp, another player up there close towards the oil train. And then by that point, the rounds just finish. So this is now turned into 5 rounds in a row. Not bad from the CTs.
Not bad at all. And the Sharks getting a second tactical pause out of this round. And their weapons are weakened for the final round of the half. 9Z springing their step. Massive confidence for Max. They get heading towards T-Con. Gafalo is waiting for him. As the Martinez waiting for T-side contact at Pop Dog. 2 players out there. Dry facing from Doc makes it look easy. That kill with the AWP. Max backed away. Flashbang in. Martinez missing a shot, but that's where Max can strike. Angelo with a responsive, and Martinez hits his double and a triple, in fact. Gafalo drops, and RDN stands no chance. What a comeback this has been from 9Z to return to a 6-all half.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
It's all dead set even. The Sharks are on their CT side now. Is this where 9Z collapse, or is this comeback of 5 rounds in a row going to enable them a momentum swing to keep them alive in the best of 3 to take their opponent's map pick? Pistols alive. They need one in my eyes. They want to try and take the fight to the Sharks.
Well, I like how Koala's already jiggling out here towards the brown holes. It gives them intent to strike early. Now, the information doesn't quite get seen all the way, so you can just spot for one. If he refaces again, he does have Gafolo that can sort of generate a little bit of a crossfire.
Koala still taking point here, taking some taps now as he draws out a little bit of damage on Max, but not able to get the kill for it. The headshot not quite as easy this time. Now the 6 sequence in the first pistol, so I can't imagine just yet. Smoking way for Doc. There's more damage towards Max, the first man out of Pop Dog. Lukin gonna get close to that smoke. Doc cannot hit the shot onto Hasso Peak. The bomb plant will be secured, so 9Z of the cash bonus at least. Now can they get the round?
Well, they've got Kitten Smoke, so there could potentially be a ninja setup. They need to try and get some T players to drop before they can think about that, though.
RDN swing, trying to look for the headshot. Can't get it. Lukin Martinez with kills. Doc gets 2 right back for it, though. Angelo's been tagged, but so's Max, also low. Koala leaning forward. The fuse, and that smoke comes in. Koala's playing distracted, though. Got to pick on 1. Max with his kill. Doc's being tagged, but he's not going down. Sharks indeed stuck the ninja defuse. And with distraction and all, they will win the pistol.
Doc got 2 kills almost instantly from camera when they really needed him to do so, because players were struggling out there at Hell, crossing over towards the sandwich. He sort of spins 180, gets the first guy at the bomb train, turns around behind him and gets a second. And then as soon as you've got a Kit and Smoke in play, you just know everyone else, mate, just distract. Everybody try and body block, just try and take Jules, because I'm sticking the 5. And for 9Z, they'll be able to force buy in, but this could be Sharks just starting to generate that round streak like they did at the beginning of the half.
Indeed it could. Lil's on 2, Mac 10's on 3 others. Adam S. To fight on Koala, the 40 HP he'll go. Hasso Peak. Mac 10 caught just by tags blind through that smoke. Angelo's gonna triangulate his position and take him down. Lurkadell with the 4-man pack is all that remains.
Oh, that's just unlucky. It hasn't even been a break into the smoke. It's just a pure spam that gives your position away. And now all the rifles are playing long range against the players out in pop.
Swing and spray, RDN, Luton with 2 back, RDN with a double. Doesn't know who to aim towards though, does damage to both. Adam S, the more significant of it. Max can get the bomb down, 2v2 retake involved. Gafolo. Koala moving up. Engagements from Adam S against him from range. That MP9 not great. Max cut down by Gafolo. Adam S also drive-by by Koala. So the fuse will be held. And the retake will be successful for Sharks.
Well, I think they've got to buy again. I'm looking at the state of the pressure that's being built in these last couple of rounds. Bomb plant comes in, 3 casualties. I think it would be ludicrous to not buy. This is the perfect opportunity to force it up for another round.
Well, Lucan's already brought down. And everyone else will follow suit for the 9Z count. They're looking for that reset. So they do that, and they can really usurp the Sharks and present a serious opportunity of taking this map.
Well, I'd like to see Sharks get a bit more aggro behind Olaf and the red train, because these last couple of rounds, they've just been sitting back. They've been giving respective space out in Pop and T-Con area.
T-side presence leaning in towards the brown halls. The pop dog, that bomb is still there in Ivy. Outside of T-Con, where SOP can set up utility for his teammates to make the entries happen. Re-smokes on from the dock, meanwhile. Block that split for the now.
Yeah, RDN out here from the back of the bomb train can just start working that crossfire with Doc. And then that's when you can bring Angelo into the fold. I mean, they have to go A. They're set up for it completely. Hassopeak's flashes are going to have to be critical to allow Luke in that entry attempt out in T-Con.
Incendiary throwing them off. They're going to start entering forward, though. Here come the T side. 9Z on the attack. Molotov's in the dog position, going to burn him down. He'll go down to Hassopeak, and Martinez from range get a kill. RDN lines up 2, takes him back, but Luke in the match, try and back him. Gafolo in the 1v3, overwhelmed with a firing squad. The Sharks just couldn't do enough when 9Z pulled the trigger. And that is the reset that the T's were looking for.
Well, you can see how Sharks are trying to set themselves up. A lot of flash assists out there from the back of Bomb, out in camera. It's just that individually they let themselves down. A little bit sloppy, not quite to the immediate kill, and you're going to get punished with mass players packing. This is a tough round to win now. You really are. You're working with scraps. You're working with nothing.
There's from Doc. Getting aggressive with that SMG. Gafolo's going to be left. Extend up. It's just seen by Hassopeak. They're forced by round as well for the Sharks camp, so that loss will set them back and no chance to recover for Doc here. The smoke will clear. We'll see nothing but deeper smoke instead. They counter out the Molotov. Be forced to back off, but at least Hassopeak can't give chase.
It's a lazy opening death, and this is where the MP9 is desperate to find a response. Angelo's got himself a good lurk, but this round is finished. No one's on A, it's double B. But what a shame. You just feel that Gafolo has given that round away because he's getting a bit greedy, wants to try and get on the front side of that util, and just gets punished. And now the scoreline is going to read 8-8, and then should be a round lead for 9Z at the 9-8 score. And this is going to be a contentious second half.
We're all evened out again. Where will 9Z want to be at this stage? Shouldn't be seeing a follow-up force from the Sharks side.
Terrorists win.
There's weapons back and attempt a better rifle round in the next. This one might just be a formality to see what kind of damage they can do, so if they can steal any AKs from the T-side hands, if they can keep the economy limited. But this, by all accounts, looks like a 9Z lead for the first time on this map. Something we didn't expect to see, something we were writing off. The word go, as well as through several points. The Sharks have looked like a far superior squad to the 9Z camp. RDN is point forward. Let's see what he can do here.
Well, I like that the FAMAS is in a position where it's just immediate impact. Try and get Hassopeak to drop. And try and see if you can maybe get Angelo with the armor to upgrade. It's just no fights are presenting. Both out of T-Con and Pop, they're being so passive.
Noise made. Adam start moving. RDN swings for a kill. Needs a double up. Can't make it happen. Adam might get run down by the pistol numbers, but Switching to his 5-7, having support right behind him. Doesn't work out that way for the Sharks side. Estimated an instant. As part of the big picture, though, again, they're looking for guns in the next. They're going to need guns in the next if they want to survive this.
Yeah, for 9Z, they've worked really hard to try and generate a bit of a comeback. I mean, at 1-6 down, it didn't feel like they had much to work with. Felt as if they were getting outclassed. That it was just going to be a speed run right towards the end of the series, but they've been able to manage things. They've been able to tie up the scoreline and then press for a lead. So you would say they're certainly in a position in which they can see the end goal of getting towards that decider. But I'd only imagine that these next follow-up gun rounds are going to be quite tricky. The Sharks, if they want to get themselves mentally prepared for a real tough challenge for the last game of the lower bracket, they need to close in 2 here. They can't afford to allow this to be a 2-1 win.
Advantage 9Z. Can Sharks answer back? Max straight out and all off Doc. No presence out there. Blind fire against the other T-Con individual. Might pull distraction, especially as Doc has taken 34 HP. Max has received that damage in return though. And 9Z with that resistance opt to back away almost entirely.
I think Max could be quite happy that he hasn't been caught there out in Olaf. With the HE and the incendiary and the spam, you'd normally expect a drop. Now the CTs have given up control but have started to put a little bit more emphasis on retaking T-Con. Max has got a deeper flash to try and get them out to Ivy. No one is holding Ivy directly. You've got Angelo very defensive.
Dash forward, Angelo doing damage to 2 players. It's so easy trades. The rest of the CT side line, Doc's going to get one of them. Might need support for the rest of them though. He's low HP himself. Lasso peak. Smoke against that fire. Koala aware of the wraparounds, aware that that's where the bomb is. Gafolo can hear players coming in. Can he challenge any of them? No, not quite. Koala gets one of those kills, but not the second. Extends too far into Hasso Peak. 7 HP for the man. And still alive, still kicking. Doc against Martinez, losing out the HP advantage, and RDN is backing up to save. 9Z seem to have found a formula here.
I have no idea how Koala has not been able to get 2 there. Look at the position that he's in. Massive off angle, great pause. And Hasso Peak is on what, 7 HP? I mean, it doesn't even matter if you're overextending the line, whether it's a wide swing, whether it's a jiggle, whether it's even just a shift. I mean, it should just be an easy double kill. That's the bomb dropped and that's the round over. And you feel for Sharks because, I mean, you replay that round 9 times out of 10, it goes the way of Koala and he just ends it. And that's going to put a bit of a toll now on the Sharks side because it's starting to turn into a little bit of a choke because you're down by a couple, you don't have a rebuy in front of you, and that was set up for a freebie. That was a done deal.
Indeed it was. There's just stray bullets flying to inaccuracy and just the headshot potential of the AK land in the first tap. Sometimes those things just don't go your way. It's the worst circumstance though for the Sharks because 9Z are threatening this map when the Sharks have been in control basically for the entire thing. Stella opening half. Stalled out. Back at the pistol win. Since that in the conversion, 9Z has started to turn the heat up. So are Gafolo and Doc. Gafolo especially with 2 picks. And RDN swings forward to the M4. Can't quite get a kill on Lukin. But it's a 4v2 right now for the Sharks side. Doc dipping away with that AK. Hasso Peak has other plans. But he has to re-aggressively pop though because that's where the bomb is been dropped. Gafolo and Doc together on the lineup. Not quite. Doc trades Hasso Peak. And Lukin is alone. Sharks. Bit of a curveball round, but the response is found.
It's just a bit more gimmicky. Doc should be able to get a freebie here against Luke, and it's a very high HP versus a very low. And that has come out of nowhere. Now, it's not really going to disrupt much of the economy from the opposition, just with how well built it's up. But that has just come out of nowhere. Because I think you look at that round and you think, okay, it's just a bit of pop aggression. And there's just so much more behind it. The peak up in heaven, the constant obliteration to keep fighting. Rather than just getting the opener and falling back and holding on to the 5v4, they just don't stop. They just keep charging.
Now they do. 10-9, 9Z still hold the lead for now. Is that going to change? It seems like it is for Luke at least. Koala straight in towards the brown halls. And the Sharks have found their second win here on this map.
Oh, they're back. They are really back. And sometimes when you're being pressured and when you start generating a round streak for an opposition, you just need that one round, that maybe that steal, that anti-half buy, a clutch, and it just drives the team back into business. We see how instantly Lucan tries to get out there towards the Olaf position, just spammed up. Previously, he's only taken damage. Martinez on 10 is going to do nothing out in Ivy. Hasso peak. I'd almost want to see him save the AK, but I think you still need to put some threat down on trying to drop some of these CT players.
Ten to 9. Should go 10 apiece with the way that things have worked out here. Hasso, Peak, and Martinez are getting no further extensions.
Well, the unfortunate nature, Jay, is they're not going to get mass AKs, are they? Because they got 1 kill in Olaf and then 2 in the brown halls. They're not going to be able to recover the ones in the brown halls. And the one in Olaf is a little bit too far in the open. So maybe they could get to that one, but they're not getting to the other 2. It's always a shame when you have a round like this where everyone stays alive, you've done a lot of damage, but you just can't quite get those upgrades of the rifles.
Well, Doc will extend to clear out this position, but he already has an AK in his hands. RDN's going to start swinging, as will Doc, as we look at these kills after the fact. Both of them go down, so actually they might get a few more AKs out of this one. 2, 3 picked up by the Sharks, so that last second push will take them away from the 9Z camp, and we are squared up again.
Look, it's a shame there that they couldn't quite hold off until the clock had expired, because we were looking at low time. Yes, they didn't know exactly where the players were, but it's a shame that it works out like that, because, I mean, the economy would have just been ruined going into round 21 if it was after time kills. No tack from either team. They want to ride the momentum going into round 21.
Martinez off, Marsov off, just seen disappearing through the smoke. They couldn't stabilize the spray. The HE will reveal enough of Luke for Doc to take fire, but Doc is also revealed to him. Cafolo's HE can trade the man back, so it's a 4v4 for now. Got to be aware of that Pop Dog entrance, though. He was extending to look towards it. The AWPer of the CT side is watching, and RDN and Cafolo are starting to move. They're going to start to look for Max here. AK set to the corner. Max flashed against, quick kill, secondary almost came in, Adam S is low. The Sharks have dipped in, they can dip out.
What a flashbang. That may be the best flash assist you're going to see in the entirety of Train, because that's just set up the entire round. It's driven map control away from Pop. It's given themselves the man advantage. Now, Koala is very defensive out here on B, so he can take a bit of a contact, fall off towards the oil train or behind him, and then put the incendiary down towards default or ramp.
Koala takes Hasso Peak back. 2 men left standing on the 9Z side. Martinez desperate to find a pick to return. He has to prioritize that bomb plan though. Time starting to tick away on him. Backstab's going to get set up. Have a decent cross in towards the default plant position, but the man advantage is the main concern, especially as Angelo takes down Alames. Martinez need the most special round you can possibly get out of an AWPer right here. Find that first spot, that second. HE's coming down against them, and Cafolo can close in the pincers ever so slowly. Sharks are back in control.
Koala hasn't been necessary in these last few rounds, or actually for the majority of this second half, because it's been almost no B lanes. But right there, that's a very strong anchor position. Get your first kill, fall off, stall for time, wait for rotations. Don't give away any freebies. Don't overextend the marker. Don't ego swing into anything. And for 9Zs, I mean, there's enough money for a full investment, but it's weak. So for that reason, they're going on to Hero, and they're buying lightly around it. They're going to play for overtime here. They're going to have to play for the 10 to 12 deficit.
Hero weapon on Lucan, but it's got the half buy around it, so the better of the buys. No eco pistol basics. We're going to look to try and do something here for the 9Z camp. Steal at this stage. Damage will be irrelevant. But in general, the plan may well be the OT swing. The way things are set up, Sharks should have this round at 12 to 10. It'll be map and match point as Doc strikes on Lucan. Hasso Peak is read well, time well. Swing with the triple is not quite successful, but Martinez is low. Dead to the hands of RDN, who gets a double onto Max as well. And a triple on Adam S. Here we go. 2 map points, 2 match points. Sharks looking for the 2-0 series that will send them to the consolidation finals.
Excellent composure from the CT line there. Great read from Doc, and then even RDN out from camera. It's always nice to see that they're not being panicked against what is still a fairly heavy investment. We're still looking at a Hero AK, Armor, Tech 9s, and Util, and they make it look like it's Glocks. Sharks. I mean, what an anti-half by that press out in Pop Dog and towards the Brown Halls. What that's led to now.
9Z now. Need to get 2 in a row to stay alive. They've been fighting for their survival pretty much throughout the course of this entire map up, even this series to a lesser extent. And there's no survival when Gafolo staring it down. Straight headshot right between the eyes of Max. And already 9Z are in trouble.
Well, they've just got no one in a position where they can refrag. No one that can put pressure on immediately when that duel goes down. You've got a player out in the Brown Halls, couple out towards T-Com, player in Ivy. You're getting desperate. You're getting really uncomfortable now for the T side.
Utility inbound. "45 seconds as Koala extends towards the Brown Halls, gets another kill for his trouble. Adam S has fallen to an individual fight which no one can trade. The 3 men that remain on 9Z have got to press into the A play. Angelo's AWP for his squad mate. RDN fights back from old hell, and Hasso Peak takes him back. Doc drops the bomb. Secondary player now being seen as Gafolo takes him. It's all Hasso Peak in a 1v4 clutch. 15 seconds means he's got no time, and that means it's all over. 13-10, valiantly fought effort from the 9Z side, but they will concede a 0-2 series and be eliminated from the ESL Pro League South America qualifier.
Well done from Sharks. They've been able to approach 4 victories throughout this qualifier, and 3 of them have been 2-0s. Now, they certainly got tested when it came to train. Up at 6-1, felt like it was quite cruisy, felt as if the job was going to get done pretty much from the first half. But they got themselves into a little bit of trouble, and they had to dig deep into some of the pocket strats, go deep into the playbook. Overall, for Sharks, they'd love a rematch versus Legacy. I know that they don't have an option on whether they have to play Imperial or Legacy, but the idea that they took them on yesterday, they had one of those 24-28 overtimes on Inferno, I'm sure that the redemption arc for Gafolo and co, they'd love to be able to take them down a second time.
And look, they've certainly earned their way up to that position with the way that they've looked over their 2 series today. They were lights out during the earlier lower bracket match, and we've seen them be lights out here in this series against 9Z as well. The second map obviously did have a little bit more contention in the second half, but after that half switch of Ancient, mate, you could just see it. You could just feel it. The Sharks were bound for greater things than 9Z here. And unfortunately, it does mark the end of the 9Z side and maybe the end of the roster as well.
I think it very much will be. I think the only way that Martinez and Adam S stay was if they qualified to Pro League. Now that that hasn't happened, we'll probably see the players split apart. I think if we're going to be realistic, Martinez does go to Iberian Soul. The only downside with it is that you're joining an unorged project. And that may have to be a decision. Do you try and become a part of a team that is towards the higher end of Tier 2 in Europe? Or do you look for actual offers where you're going to get the security of a salary and a backed organization? So I would say it's probably very likely that Martinez goes back to working with Alex and the boys over there, but we'll just have to watch this space. We'll have to see what the next few weeks unfold for them.
I'd love to see what Adam S will do as well, since he's the other guy that's also been rumoured to be out of the door on the 9Z side. But those are questions to answer in the near future, because for us today, we have concluded our B stream action. Over on the main channel, however, we've still got that upper bracket matchup heading into map 3 between Imperial and Legacy. The winner will go to the grand final. The loser will be taking on Sharks in the consolidation final, also in tomorrow's proceedings. So still plenty more action to come with our last 3 matches, in fact, of the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers. But for us here on Channel B, that is it from us. We bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at ESL. I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here very soon with even more Pro League action, but until then, it's good night and goodbye.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
Slipping round here. This another level. This one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.